follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Place your right hand over your heart and ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar, please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Public comment of closed session. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters on the closed session agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed, and if special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk?
We have no comment.
Thank you. With that, I'll ask for a motion to go into closed session. I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into closed session, and we'll return at 7 o'clock for our open session. Out of closed session at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session and considered two items. One, conference with labor negotiators regarding all units and all unrepresented employees. And second, a conference with the city council regarding public employee performance evaluation related to the city manager. On both items, the council provided direction to staff and council and took no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Okay, we're going to call this City Council Barstow Fire Protection District meeting for March 17th, 2026 to order at 7 p.m. I'm going to ask all to rise for our invocation given by Pastor Mike Smith of the Reverend Community Church, and please remain standing after that for the pledge to our flag.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I have a special message for you tonight from Ephesians chapter 6, start now verse 10. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day and have done all to stand firm. Father, we just come to you this evening, Heavenly Father, in prayer. I pray, Lord, that you watch over this meeting and all the members here, each and every person that's here, Father God. I pray, Lord, that you just watch over, guide, and keep each and every person here. Let everything go to glorify you, Lord, in Jesus' holy, precious name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Smith. And now I'm going to ask Miss Madison Kane to please come to the microphone and lead us in our pledge. You'll need to pull the microphone down a little bit.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madison. Madam Clerk, will we have roll call, please?
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited if you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar. Please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics. As your elected government board will remember the code of ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Review and approval of the agenda. This is the time and the place for members of the governing board to call for rearranging the order of the agenda, adding items or removing items from the agenda, or removing items from the consent calendar for discussion and or separate action. Items may only be added to the agenda as allowed by state law, including Government Code Section 54954.2, Subdivision B, allowing emergency items to be added by a majority vote and allowing items that arose to the city's attention after the agenda posting deadline, but which require immediate action, but to be added by a 2/3 vote of the council members present at the meeting, or if less than 2/3 of the council members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. I'll call for a motion.
I move to approve the agenda, pulling item 11.
So you're going to pull that to business? Okay. Do I have a second? I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Williams. Call for the vote.
And the motion on the agenda passes 5-0 with pulling item 11 for further discussion.
Thank you. And I apologize, were we supposed to table number 3? The STEM?
Yes, I apologize. We are supposed to table number 3. If we could continue it to the next council meeting, please.
Okay, number 3 will be continued without objection from the council. We will move on to number 4. This is presentation, certificates of appreciation to the former Miss Barstow 2025. So I'm going to ask the council to come forward.
Good evening, everyone. As council makes their way to the front, our special guests tonight are being recognized for their outstanding community service during their reign this past year, as well as the parent helpers who volunteered. So when I call your name, please make your way to the front and grab your certificate, please. Our first is title is Baby Queen, Madison Ensley. Tiny Queen, Emerin Lowe. Junior Queen, Lou Herrera. Junior Princess, Desiree Hewitt. I'm sorry. Desiree, congratulations. Young Queen, Asaya Savoy. Young Princess, Jaslyn Lopez. Young Princess, Liv Lowe. Preteen Princess, Brianna Simcoe. Barstow Supreme, Madison Kane. Barstow Empress, Bailey Aguirre. Teen Miss Barstow, Kylie Rose Johnston. Teen Princess, Jenna Mitzel. Teen Princess, Asaya Lambert. Thank you, Jenna. Miss Barstow, Mia Bernal. Miss Princess, Ariana Schooler. Miss Barstow Curvy, Victoria Salazar. And Ms. Barstow, Justina Kriegler. And our parent volunteers, Selena Mitzel and Neil Mitzel. Thank you. Yeah. Crystal Kane and Scott Kane. Amanda Simcoe. Randy Simcoe. Danielle Aguirre. Yvonne Lopez. Danielle. Yvonne. Courtney Hewitt. And that is our list.
Okay, everyone, look up right here. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold right there.
time. Everyone look up. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Time. 1, 2, and 3. Perfect.
You're going to do 5? Oops. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to presentation items 5 and 6. 5 is the quarterly treasurer's report for July 2025 through September 2025, and 6 is the quarterly treasurer's report from October 25 through December 25. And City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce the city's treasurer, Mike Lewis, to provide this presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the audience, and public. To save time, because of scheduling conflicts, we are doing 2 quarters together, so I'm just going to jump all the way to the second quarter report, which ends December 2025. On that report, our cash holding total was $27,782,648.60. And excuse me. As you can see from the second page, we break down the amount in the bank itself, which is $10,861,092.02. Local agency, one of our investment funds, $16,884,139.12. Petty cash here at City Hall, $1,950. California Class Investments, another one of our investments, $35,467.46. And our total available funds as of December 2025 was $27,782,648.60. To further break down how that is on the next page, which is your packet page number 26, we go into, I should say not we, but the finance department goes into how it's broken up into the different funds. As you can see, the cash in the bank, local agency investment are all the same as I just reported, which brings us down to this matching balance of $27,782,648.60. The next line, as you can see, is the adopted 25% reserve per our policy, which is $6,744,372. So that leaves us the cash balance that's available for the council to spend at $5,951,390.69. The rest of the cash is in the restricted purpose funds, which are listed below. And with that, that's the end of my report. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council for the treasurer or staff? Councilmember Hernandez?
Not a question, but a statement. I appreciate the restricted funds being listed. So this is the first time I've seen them in that format, and I really appreciate that. Is it true people assume when you say that total assets that's 27 million that we have? And may I ask how much of that do we owe?
That we owe? I'll defer to finance for that.
That's a different presentation.
No, I appreciate the fact that it's broken down, so I think to give the public a better understanding of how our resources are used.
Thank you. Finance and I have worked together to try to make it as simple. Councilmember Williams had asked for a more simple form. When we deal with the numbers all the time, so they seemed really simple to us. So we're just trying to boil it down. Any suggestions we're happy to take and try to make it easier to understand.
Thank you. Councilmember Rose?
So I just want to thank you, Mr. Lewis, for making this easier to read. But I just want to thank you for your years of experience, because you are absolutely safeguarding our investments, and I truly appreciate what you do for this city. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Councilmember Williams?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate the plain language. So, we don't have others thinking we have 24, 21 million, whatever it is. So I appreciate you breaking it down. That number is 5 million. It makes a big difference. And I want to thank you for doing that and for putting that together.
It was a joint effort between finance and myself.
Well, thank you to both of you. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. I see no more requests from council. Do we have any requests from public to speak?
Mr. Snell, would you like to speak on item 5 and 6? No, I'll pass. We have none.
Thank you. That closes our presentations. We will go on to the general non-agendized public comment. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters not on the agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed, and if special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be handed to the city clerk. Madam Clerk?
Yes, our first speaker is Miss Marta Yvette Romana.
What was the last name again? Armada?
Romana Yvette.
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 Ma'am? Could you give? It's your turn to speak.
Where's her cane? You have I know, I'm going to cry. If you need help getting up, we can help you.
Welcome, Miss Yvette.
My name is Romana Yvette. I am 92 years old. And last January the 23rd, I was ready to go to the senior to meet some friend, to eat, And I have my key and my car ready to drive. But my key, I don't know what happened. Well, under the car, on the passenger side. So I don't know what happened. I climbed under the car. While I'm there, I cannot get out anymore because I have bad knee. So while I'm there, I shout, help, help. And then there's a mailman that's delivering in my house. I live in William Street. And I said, call the paramedic. I cannot get out. So they called the paramedic. And the paramedic said, why are you under the car? I said, I don't know. I'm trying to get my keys. So they pull me. But that is the bad thing. The gap only like this pulling me. They force me to get out. I have all bruises here. I have all bruises. Until now, I'm still hurting. So they took, the paramedic took me to Basto Hospital. Basto Hospital, I have bruises. they said I have to go to Arrowhead. And so when they flew me to Arrowhead, I didn't know. They gave me a brain scan. By hurting me too much, my brain is bleeding. I have a bleeding on my head. The doctor said that bleeding can lead you a stroke. So I stayed 5 days on Arrowhead until they give me some pill to the stroke. So after 5 days, they said the bleeding is gone already. So they discharged me. I have to stay at Arrowhead for another 10 days. But I came here.
Thank you, Ms. Yvette.
I want to have.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
want
Yvette.
to know if I have a basis
Thank you,
to
Ms.
make
Yvette.
a complaint with the city of Barstow, because city of Barstow,
Mayor, I'd like to do a point of order for just a moment.
paramedics
I'd like to suspend the rules.
I have a motion to suspend the rules. I have a motion from Councilmember Rose, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble to suspend the rules. This would be to allow Ms. Yvette to continue speaking. Did you want to put a time on that, Councilmember?
I think what the
I think we need to hear
paramedic.
her.
Carmen,
Motion approved.
Okay, please continue, Ms. Yvette.
Keep telling them your story.
I can talk.
Yep, you can talk. You can talk. Go ahead.
Oh my God, I talk.
Keep talking. You can tell them what you need to say. Keep saying right here. Okay? Keep
I
going.
can talk
Yes,
again.
yes, you can.
So that bleeding scared me. On my age of 92, I really don't want to die. I want to see my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. I have my oldest daughter is an RN. She's a nurse. I have friend, The reason I come here, I want to see if I can I complain with the paramedic. I cannot let it go, what happened to me, really. Oh my God, that's a nightmare, really. Thinking my brain is bleeding. And the doctor said, you can have a stroke from a helicopter going there to on the way to Arrowhead. So that's all I came here. If I have a right to claim, to file with the paramedic, I have to know if I have a right to make a complaint.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Yvette. Please get your contact information to the city
I
clerk.
know the paramedics should not do that. Pulling me on that small, I'm still hurting all over here. Until now, besides, I cannot see. It mess up my eyesight. I can see not too much.
Yeah,
I have no glasses. I don't know where it went. I dropped it somewhere. And
Okay.
I have to see the dentist. The eye doctor. Dr. Dallas.
Okay, thank you. Please get your contact information to
I
the
have
city
to
clerk.
know if I have a right.
Yes, please get your contact information to the city clerk.
And we'll give it to the city clerk, okay? And then they'll reach out to you, okay?
Do I know?
Yes. Wanna grab your
Was
pen?
that-
That's all I know. If I have a right to complain, that's all I know.
Yes, you do have a
Just
right.
speak in the microphone because I don't watch that during.
Our next speaker is Miss Donna Granger.
Welcome, Ms. Granger.
Thank you. It's a tough act to follow. So, the last city council meeting, I was here, and I heard you guys talking about the fees that you're going to be charging for the hub, the big, up to $90 million. And I just wanted to remind you that BNSF is not a publicly traded company. It's owned by Berkshire Hathaway, and they're worth $95.8 billion. It's a lot of money. Hathaway has owned it since 2010, and he's tripled how much money it has made in the last 15 years. So keep that in mind when you're discounting fees for them. I do not live in Barstow, but I do shop here. I also dine here. You have lots of nice restaurants. I live in Hellendale. And I'd also like to talk to you about the risk that this is being. And I want to impress upon the City Council to please remember that this is great for the community. I'm all for it. I'm a business owner. I totally think that it's a good thing in a lot of ways for Barstow. But there's also some things that the City Council needs to remember that you guys might not be right now. You might be held up high that this is coming because you're here helping it. I appreciate that. But 10 years down the road, with some of the impact that this is going to make on the community in Barstow and also the surrounding areas. I mean, you can do a lot with that money, I know, for your city, but you need to also think about the community around. Hellendale isn't even mentioned in that impact study that you guys BNSF put forth. And I'd like you to reconsider the surrounding communities and what impact that you're going to have with this project for them, not just for you. The surrounding areas do come into your area to do things. So it's going to affect the safety, the air pollution, the water. They got to do a minimum of 5 wells, so that's going to affect the water. And I spoke last time about possibly making sure that someone takes that Route 66 road and makes sure that there's a weight limit on it, like they did for the Walmart distribution center in Apple Valley. I'd like you to consider making a weight limit on that road that goes through here, because we all know that the freeway is going to back up and those trucks will be coming down. There's no shoulder on that. That road's celebrating its 100th year through this city. So we need to protect it. So that's it. And I also wanted to tell you that the BNSF they've been threatening that they have Surprise Arizona, but that got shot down by the City Council in Surprise Arizona. So that's no longer. So you hold all the cards. The city holds everything to get this through. And I appreciate all the hard work you're doing for it.
Thank you, Ms. Ranger.
Our next speaker is Ms. Sherry Bailey.
Welcome, Ms. Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tonight, I want to start with something really simple, and honestly, something that we shouldn't have to speak out loud about. We are homeowners. We are investors here in this town. We are also the ones that shop and dine. We're here already. We're existing. We're longtime residents of Barstow that we choose to call Barstow our home. We choose to purchase the land here. We are your neighbors, we are your coworkers, and we are your community. We exist. We are not vacant desert land, as that draft EIR stated. We live directly next to what is being planned for the Barstow International Gateway. International, right? That's huge. The decisions being made in this room will shape how we live, sleep, and breathe every single day. You see, for us living near this project, negative impacts begin day one of ground break. We are not the entities being given options, flexibility in memorandums, considerations, discounts, credits, are we? No. We're the ones carrying the long-term, life-changing exposures, the kind that do not improve with time. Between my written comments, my spoken statements, and the formal Cal EPA complaint, I have tried to find the right words that matter. So I will say this clearly, Council, Mayor, there is a gap between the scale of this project and the level of protection for the residents carrying the environmental burden of it. We are asking the city as the lead agency to formally recognize Sylvan Avenue community and the adjacent county communities as direct impact stakeholders, to include us in specific trackable, enforceable mitigation plans. I understand this is a non-agenda item tonight. Therefore, we ask that this be placed on a near future agenda. Growth should not come at the cost of the people who already live there. Sherry Bailey, Sylvan Avenue Community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Our next speaker is Ms. Dina Martell.
Welcome, Ms. Martell.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I stand before you as a neighbor on the edge of the proposed big project. I support reasonable growth, but I need to ask you, can you see us? Can you hear us? Because the Sylvan Avenue community is living with the reality of this project, and yet we're being overlooked, actually ignored, to be honest with you. We've asked questions, raised serious concerns, and what we're being told is city says you're county. County says help isn't going to happen for you. BNSF says we're not spending any more money on this project. However, they find plenty to spend elsewhere. So I ask you, who's accountable? Are we simply collateral damage? Is that what it comes down to? Let's talk about jobs, because that's one of the main justifications for this project. And I did send in a handout that you should all have access to. We hear numbers like 20,000 jobs, but here's the reality. Only about 1,000 are actual BNSF jobs. And that is at like year 7 through 15. Year 1 through 4, 0 BNSF. Year 3 to 7, 300 to 500 jobs. The rest are warehouse and logistic jobs, lower wage, high turnover, dependent on tenants that may take 10 to 15 years to build. This isn't just a rail project, it's a massive warehouse and logistics complex, and we're being told to live with it from day one. Sylvan Ave is rural, disadvantaged. My home and about 31 others rely on a private well. My household is medically sensitive, and I can tell you, we will be forced, we're going to be displaced forcefully. We have no choice but to leave. We all know what we're facing: diesel emissions, constant noise, vibration, truck traffic, safety risk, the risk that our private wells could be depleted or contaminated. Basically, the pollution's being shifted from the ports of Long Beach right next to our homes. If our well is impacted, it's going to be unlivable. Look at Hinckley. While the circumstances differ, the lesson is clear. Communities cannot be ignored, and when industrial activities threaten water, air, and health, these impacts are not temporary. They're immediate, long-term, and unavoidable. The benefits of this project are regional, but the burden is local, and it falls directly on us. I'm asking you to support a path forward that includes accountability and fair, individualized solutions for those who will be involuntarily displaced because of this project. A disproportionate burden should not fall on a small group of residents. We shouldn't be forced to sacrifice our health, water, air, or our homes for the benefit of this project. We're not asking for you to not build the project, but we need to be seen. Let's not become another Hinckley. Our health matters. Do you see us? Do you hear us? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martell.
Our next speaker is Mr. Roland Garcia.
Welcome, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. As Ms. Granger said, obviously we have two decisions to make when you live in Hellendale: Victorville, Apple Valley, or Barstow. Most of us prefer Barstow unless there's something that isn't found here that we can go ahead and easily access. So we go to Walmart, yeah, we got tons of them that way, but traffic and the crime and that is a big problem for us. So we prefer to come here. I've been in the Barstow Hospital a couple of different times for health issues, and it's great. Although if this goes through, which it probably will, that's merely going to be a glorified urgent care. I mean, that hospital's got to grow exponentially. But my biggest concern here, I've had a couple different career paths. One of them is truck driving. And I believe when McCulloch and the rest of the investors and developers of Silver Lakes envisioned that that project, they didn't anticipate down the road the amount of truck traffic that potentially is going to impact 66 and our bridge. Not the bridge that we want. The current bridge is now over 50 years old. I came across a study that was done, a survey or an inspection was done on September 2023. Every 2 years it has to be done. Some of the things here, MBI, bridge condition, poor, structurally deficient. So 80,000-pound vehicles going over it right now, which they go, powder trucks for cement powder, go from like 395 down Shadow Mountain, make a left on Hellendale Road, make a right on the bridge to get the Calport or to the other air facilities down that area. They want to avoid going through Adelanto, okay? So we need to know that our bridge is not going to sustain that kind of traffic. And now we find out that there's also, at the corner of Vista and 66, someone is building commercial truck parking fenced in. Why? There's nothing there as far as for them other than this project. And that's going to, again, compile into a lot of problems, not only for the bridge, but pollution and stuff, because trucks that are registered in California have to be Tier 4. But not every truck that may park there is going to be registered in California. So they're going to pollute just like the road engines on the railroad. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jared Sluter.
Welcome, Mr. Sluter.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to evaluate two of Mr. Tex Williams' favorite words. Words he throws out often: accountability and transparency. There's a couple of issues I think the citizens deserve some transparency on. For the record, all the information I'm about to give you tonight is public knowledge. I would like to address the city manager, Rochelle Clayton. My first question: do you or have you had any personal affiliations with any company contracted with the city of Barstow? I know you're familiar with the term quid pro quo, something given or received in exchange for something else. While serving as city manager in San Bernardino around September 2024, City Attorney Calvajo reportedly accused you of engaging in conduct involving quid pro quo with the mayor and council. Sound familiar? You began your position here in the city of Barstow in March of 2025. Public records indicate on August 31st, 2025, authorities made contact with an individual identified as Rochelle Clayton, age 51, occupation listed city manager, with hazel eyes and brown hair. According to the report, this individual was discovered to be in violation of California Vehicle Code 23152A, DUI involving alcohol or drugs. My question is this: does this incident involve you? And if so, did you inform the Barstow City Council? If this information is accurate, I respectfully urge the council to take immediate action in acknowledging these charges and addressing the matter with seriousness expected of public leadership. The residents of Barstow deserve transparency, accountability, and ethical leadership from those who serve with positions of authority. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sluter.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been up in front of this council a number of times talking about a problem in Riverside area where the park restrooms are not open when people need them. Specifically, the second Saturday of every single month, you've been told they need to be open early for the people that get in line there for the food service from the church. They're not being open. I'm seeing people from the cars parked, ready to be getting their services. Get out, walk down behind the bushes, and use them. This has got to stop. That's a public health hazard. And you've been notified that you need to fix this. get somebody down there second Saturday of every month and open those restrooms at 6:30 in the morning. Beyond that, Tex recently showed a videotape of some kids vandalizing, that is, throwing what looked like a smoke bomb in the streets of Barstow. Hopefully the city is trying to identify who these kids were, what they were doing out of school, and maybe prosecuting. We don't need young vandals to become young hoods. You need to nip it in the bud right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesma.
Our next speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Sir, Rochelle, that was one of the questions I had. Have you had a drunk driving? I heard from reliable sources that you had, so I think you need to quit, pack up and go home. Mr. Mayor, last time you said I accused you of bribes. What I said was I don't have any money to give you for bribes. That's what I said. So when you start attacking my character and calling me a coward and all this other stuff. And then, by the way, you were bragging about, somebody offered me 2,000 campaign contributions on Christmas Eve, but I gave it back. You never mentioned that person. Could you please tell us who that is? Or was that just another one of your lies? You know, when you guys did what you did to Barbara Rose on that censure, you know, you kind of forced me into doing this. It's the Three Stooges with Tex and the mayor and Mr. Nobles. You guys got a picture of it, but that you talk about coward and lying, Mr. Mayor. You know, John Gardner didn't even show up for the hearing, and then you censured her. You know, she's a big girl; she can protect herself. You know, Tex, you said, "Oh, thank you" on the internet for Ben Rosenberg. You know, I asked Ben Rosenberg, Ben, how about we polygraph all the teachers for pedophilia? It's a bad idea. That's the kind of friends you got. So anyway, another thing, 1,500 acres of BLM. Why you guys made that closed session is pretty obvious. You take 1,500 times anywhere from $30,000 to $500,000 an acre. That can get up to like $750 million if it's all industrial. So to have you guys put that in the back, you know, underneath the table, Mr. Mayor, is wrong. It's corrupt. And you need to bring that out. You need to take your filthy little paws out of that little barrel that you're trying to get your hands in and manipulate it. And did you put it out to bid when Lewis Homes got that? I'd like to know, was that put out to bid? Frontier, some of the other homes, or was that just a side pocket deal? You know, you guys got more tricks than a circus clown. I'd like to also see an audit of that $80 million bridge. Tex, you've had people ask you about that. How come we're not, you know, I mean, this is an honest council, right? Don't we need an audit, $80 million on a bridge? Can't we get an audit? I mean, that's what people need to complain about, because there's all sorts of $80 million. Look at Paul Courtney did. He took $2 million on that Marriott deal, screwed us out of the homeless. But I'd like to see an audit. Rochelle, can you tell me, are you going to quit with that drunk driving? And why didn't you tell anybody? Why didn't you step and say, yeah, I got a drunk driving. I got an alcohol problem. If you didn't do that. So you're deceitful.
Thank you, Mr. Snell.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marsha Wiesma.
Good evening, Marsha Wiesma. Mr. Snell, you're right. It's hell getting old or falling and
I'm sorry.
having to
Welcome,
do with
Mrs. Wiesma.
Injuries. Thank you. I was gone over the last weekend. I came home on Friday. Someone gave me a phone call. You might be interested. Get on the internet quickly. I petered around and made dinner and washed the clothes and fed the cats, and about 7:30 I sat down and I looked at it. It really was quite puzzling. We had students walk out of Barstow High. They walked all the way down Barstow Road. They walked right in front of Tim Silva's office. Across the road, we see the Allstate Group. But what was kind of interesting, there was no video, but there was a couple kids that were really getting into it. They tossed a smoke bomb, went across the road. It didn't hit anybody, any cars or any buildings, but it was smoke bombs. But I read through that, and then I thought, well, the school board and the teachers and the administration have a problem. They should take care of it. However, we did see this event unfold, and that was due to a man with a camera. Okay, I assumed it would be Tex Williams. He is our man with the camera. Indeed, after we checked it out, it was Tex. He did a good job of filming. Now it's up to the city to cooperate with the police department. I hope we do, and I hope the school cooperates with them. I don't know what I'd do if we had a child do that. But nowadays, they're getting away with a lot. My one question was, why did the mayor not pick up the phone and call the police? Because it was right in front of his window. Tim, was there a reason you didn't do it? And how did Tex get notified to get down there so quickly? These are two puzzling questions that are left in my mind, and I'm sure there are everybody else's that's watching this show. But it is a good video. Thank you, Tex.
Thank you, Ms. Wisma.
And our final speaker is Mr. Jim Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Mayor, Jim Brown, Barstow. Yes, I want to talk about that, the video that Tex put out. But it was filmed from the mayor's office. It was filmed from his office. I got the same camera set up as he does. So the mayor gave it to Tex. So let's just be truthful here. Let's not lie. Let's not cover up. Let's not do any of that. You got caught. You just plain got caught. So I went by today by the mayor's office, and I seen the camera sitting on the side on the eave. Same setup I got. But I also talked to Mr. Williams from the school board. He told me that Wednesday he put out a policy on the kids going out. And then this happened Friday. So I asked him, I said, do y'all have a PA system? He said, no. All we have is radios and a phone. So, and y'all knew about it. So y'all didn't have no plan. You didn't have no plan. He told me that they jumped the fence and it was like 100 of them walking by your office, Mr. Mayor. And so, and then one of the kids threw a smoke bomb. And so, you know, they're 17 years old. They're minors. They shouldn't be out. The school district need to hold them accountable, and the police chief, I like you, but you need to do something. You need to really do something and check that video out. You really do. And so y'all just need to do your job. Stop shucking and jiving. Stop hiding. Stop being, ducking and hiding and all like that. Just tell the truth, and the people will get along with you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
We have no more comment.
Thank you. With that, we're going to move on to our public hearing. Our first public hearing, item 7 on the agenda, 2025 Annual Employee Vacancy Report, Assembly Bill 2561. Staff's recommended action is, it is recommended that the City Council take the following actions. Number 1, conduct a public hearing required by Assembly Bill 2561 regarding the status of vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. And number 2, receive and file the 2025 Annual Vacancy Report for the City of Barstow's 7 bargaining units as requested by the Government Code, Section 3502.3. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce Administrative Services Director Kim Turner to provide this presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Tonight's presentation and / public hearing is going to provide a transparent update on our 2025 vacancies, our workforce drivers and recruitment initiatives that we are taking in compliance with Assembly Bill 2561. How come it's not going? There we go. Some of the requirements for some of you who are new to AB 2561 is we are required to hold a public hearing on an annual basis. We are required to present data, which requires us to present vacancy rates, any recruitment efforts that we are taking as a city, retention efforts that we are implementing, and also any necessary actions we need to take regarding procedures, policies, or things of that nature. What we find in the public agencies is there are high vacancy rates in many public agencies. We're not new to that as the City of Barstow. We have severe competition with a lot of public and private sector agencies. There are also a large number of vacancies throughout different public agencies, so we are in competition with other cities. There are retirement waves right now that a lot of public agencies are experiencing. There are smaller candidate pools, as you will see from our vacancy rates, for police officers and firefighters. Another item that we are up against is there are lengthy hiring processes that are a lot longer than recruitments in private sectors. And then also employees suffer burnout and turnover from workplace shortages. So that was one of the reasons that Governor Newsom signed AB 2561 into law. So what I've provided here for you is a list of separations by classification. So you can see there are a total of 19 separations. 3 of them were in finance. 4 were community development, 1 dispatcher, 1 IT manager. We had 5 police, 2 fire, and 3 maintenance. Some of the things that we'd also like to share with you is we had 11 promotions. So promotions also will create vacancies. And these are very positive things, actually, when we have promotion vacancies. But we did have 2 accounting tech promotions, a senior fleet maintenance mechanic. We had an admin assistant promotion, a fire engineer. We actually had 2 of those, a public services assistant and a code compliance officer. We had 2 of those where they went from one level to the next. We also created some new positions in 2025, and I think it's very important to note that these new positions did not create additional funding. They were all within the budget based on reallocation of a position or reclassification. We also were able to cut down overtime to be able to fund certain partially positions. So there were 7 of those, and I listed them there for you. Some of the vacancy drivers that we've experienced as a city was voluntary separations, and those range from found another job or wanted to find another career outside of public. You also have involuntary separations, and those are more than likely terminations. We had the newly budgeted positions that I mentioned in the previous slide, and then the internal promotions and transfers with 3 retirements. So if you look at the graph on the right, the total vacancy drivers, you can see for voluntary separations, or I'm sorry, the promotions, that was the largest, that was 30%. So that is a positive note, and that's healthy turnover when you have promotional opportunities. And then you'll see retirements was 6%, and then the voluntary separations was 27%. And then you also have the newly budgeted, which was 19%. The vacancy report for 2025, we had 197 funded positions for our city. And at the time and point we take a snapshot of our vacancies, we had 15. And so I list out the current vacancies for you in the left-hand column, and those were effective 1/14/26. So it is a snapshot of the vacancies. And then you look at the right, it says vacancy percentage by unit. So we broke out the percentages by unit, and I think it's also important to note that if our vacancy rate goes above 20%, there are other requirements for this law. So if I go back to the previous slide, you can see that our highest vacancy rate was Barstow police officers at 13% and Barstow professional firefighters at 17%. I wanted to focus on those because those are the ones that we typically find the most difficult and challenging to recruit for. We have dispatchers, the police officers, and the fire district. We have right now 5 vacant police officers, but I can tell you with the hard work of Chief Kirby, we are seeing tremendous improvement in the recruitment efforts. Right now, we have 4 people that are going through the process. We actually received, I think it was 5 to 6 lateral applicants, which we don't typically see. Lateral is police candidates who are already police officers at other agencies. And we might be in a situation where we actually have a certified list of police officers. So we're doing well in 2026. Firefighters, we have 2 vacancies right now. One of them is, they're both firefighter, I believe EMTs, and one's a firefighter paramedic. We have a fire division chief, which is a new grant-funded position. And we also have a firefighter investigator, EMSS, and a fire battalion chief. Some of the things that we have done and tried to implement last year in regards to being able to recruit and retain our police officers and firefighters. Last year in union negotiations, we were able to negotiate COLAs for our fire and our police. No other units received COLAs. Management, directors, they did not receive any salary increases. It went to our police and fire. We also negotiated special pays for police and fire that were very similarly aligned with regional agency practices. And I can tell you, we still aren't there. We were able to negotiate some special pays, but they weren't in the way that we see in other agencies. We have increased the city contribution to the cafeteria plan, which has been helpful and getting us more in alignment with our other neighboring cities as far as city contribution to benefits. And then we are taking a multimedia and marketed recruitment approach where we are getting out to creating videos and trying to really advertise on social media platforms. So those are just some of the things that we are doing. We also participated in a workforce development career fair on October 23rd, 2025. We had human resources there, we had fire, we had police, and park and rec that were also there. I believe we received about 12 applications. If I remember correctly, I think 5 of them were for police. We also received some for park and rec, which was very helpful. We are also implementing a recruitment platform that's NeoGov, and a lot of cities utilize NeoGov right now. NeoGov is really governmentjobs.com. It's a very cost-effective recruitment platform that is going to help the city in many ways when it comes to recruitment. One of them is we will no longer have a paper application. We will be doing everything electronically. It will be able to provide us with recruitment analytics. We will have more transparency with this system. All applications will be funneled through NeoGov. And it will also support the AB 2561 reporting. So we're really, really excited about implementing NeoGov. The plan is to implement NeoGov probably the end of April or the first part of May. Some other recruitment efforts that we are looking at is improved partnerships with Barstow Community College, Fort Irwin, and San Bernardino County Workforce Development. We have another job fair scheduled. We will be partnering with, HR will be partnering with fire and police. That's on April 15th, 2026 at the Barstow Community College. Some other recruitment efforts that we're looking at as a city is career development and internal pathways, where we look at succession planning, looking at internal promotions first, where we promote from within when possible. Employee recognition programs, really looking at service milestones for employees that have significant service time with the city of Barstow. And then quarterly employee recognition programs. We're also looking at possibility of flexible work options where operationally possible. That's not always possible with every position as we service the community 24/7. We're looking at mental health resources, employee engagement programs where we go out and we survey our current work staff to see where we can improve to retain our current workforce, leadership and supervisory training, wellness and work-life balance programs. And I share all this with you because at the City of Barstow, what I've noticed since I've been here, it is challenging to get people to come up to Barstow. It is very challenging. We are in competition with a lot of our neighboring cities, a lot of them that might pay more than we are able to pay. So we are looking at other options, to be able to entice applicants to want to come to Barstow and also to retain the current staff that we have. So with that, I will open it up to any questions you may have.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so this will go to council for questions only. Councilmember Williams, questions?
I want to be clear about one thing. Maybe the chief can answer this. Our officers are still underpaid, as well as our fire department is underpaid still currently. And how is that affecting your recruitment for both of you guys for personnel?
It obviously creates some obstacles. So we have to try to encourage local people. Sometimes we're not getting the cream of the crop, so it takes longer to process and get through and get to the good candidates that are out there.
And that's similar on the fire side. And just to give you a heads up, in order for someone just to apply, there has to be a 3-year experience, training, and education pathway to get to just apply for our firefighter and firefighter paramedic positions. With that being said, we're in competition with all the other agencies who are currently struggling as well. And where you're seeing other agencies provide sign-on bonuses and a bunch of other incentive packages. And I know last year, law enforcement had an opportunity in a South Bay city, though they're giving $100,000 sign-on bonus on the law enforcement side. We're not seeing that to the extent on the fire side, but we are seeing anywhere of $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 sign-on bonuses for preference agencies, as well as going 100% resume review. So streamlining their testing process as well.
I just want to commend both departments for what you're doing. I know morale is tough when you're in that pay scale, correct? Just let them know we support them, we're behind them, and we're going to do everything we can.
Thank you. Seeing no more requests to speak from council, I'll open the public hearing at 8:04 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do. Our first speaker is Mr. Daniel Arthur.
Welcome, Mr. Arthur.
Hi, how are you? Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, and community.
My name is Daniel Arthur, and I'm the president of the Barstow Police Management Association. I'm here tonight to provide the council and the public with information on the police department's current open positions and the challenges that we have faced with filling them. I've been with the department since December 2002. During my time, I've had the privilege of being a background investigator, so I know firsthand that getting qualified applicants interested in coming to our agency is a challenge in and of itself. We don't want to lower standards just to fill staffing needs, no matter how tempting that could be. There are a variety of reasons that we've had staffing challenges over the years. But from my experience, the most common that we see and being told to us is our location and salary and benefits package. Our city has historically underpaid its officers compared to other agencies in the county. We have consistently been the lowest or near the lowest paid. Our isolated location within the county is just another hurdle. If the applicant is not from the high desert, they're typically just not really interested in coming to the Barstow Police Department. Another challenge that we have is retention. I know Ms. Turner has touched a little bit on that. The top reason given to me and others who've spoken with people who have left our agencies for others departments, goes back to salary and benefits. Our department has essentially become a training ground because of this. We've hired excellent officers over the years simply to have them leave and succeed at other agencies rather than staying with our department and serving the community and the citizens with this community. Now, how do we address this? Well, the simple answer is to give a better salary and benefits compensation package. But I understand that's easier said than done, especially given my position with an department and having the joy of dealing with budgets. But we believe that there needs to be some adjustments, and it seems appropriate to explore with the city council and city management how they can assist with that. We know that our agency is, we know that for our agency to be the highest paid in the county is neither realistic nor appropriate, but a competitive package is a fair ask. Our department recruitment team has done an actually outstanding job of recruiting. They regularly attend career fairs throughout the county, as well as some outside of our county. They're even reaching out to other academies throughout the state. Since 2023, they've attended 24 recruiting events, and more events are scheduled in the future. During that time, we've processed 223 officer applicants and 71 dispatcher applicants. The fact that we have 4 officers going to this academy in the next couple weeks is actually pretty phenomenal. I personally have only seen that one other time in my career. We have, gotta wrap this up. We have 4 open positions and 2 dispatcher positions, with 2 additional officers and 1 dispatcher trying to leave to other agency. But we have other officer applicants with lateral experience
Thank you,
and
Mr.
no
Arthur.
experience in the process. So we hope to get them in. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Don't be so condescending, Mr. Mayor. E.T. Snell, clown community activist. I don't blame them, the morale's down. And these guys did, what, 79 arrests last month? That's 2.5 felony arrests. How would you like to be a police officer in a town where your city manager's got drunk driving? That's got to be just completely insane. So I think what you need to do, and look for some policemen that got common sense. Because a lot of these guys, like this clown here, when that old lady was speaking, you guys waved her to said she could speak, and he's going to still escort her out. I'm sorry. If you need to train these guys, put them on a short leash or something, because he's just completely rude. I don't think we need people like that. I think we need people with a heart and people with common sense. We need honest people. Of course, we don't have an honest council, so how are we going to get honest policemen? You guys are setting the example. I tell you what, I think this basically says it all, this picture. I don't know, can you guys see that? Can you guys see it, the Three Stooges? Nobles, Tim, and Tex. Can you guys see that? I think it says it all. That's what this, it's a council. It's not a council. And that 1,500 acres, there's all sorts of deals you guys are doing, and it's just,
Mr. Snell, I need you to stay on the subject.
I am staying on subject. I'm talking about morale and why it's so low, because you guys are a bunch of crooks up there.
1,500 acres is not on the subject, Mr. Snell.
Sir, if you're cheating on 1,500 acres, you know damn good and well you're cheating on everything else.
Stay on subject.
I am on the subject. You want to bait with a clown? We got big feet, so we can piss real far. You want to get in a pissing contest, but I think we need to find some people that have common sense, you know. And I think we'd probably cut back quite a few of the police officers, you know. And I'd like to see them be able to compete in some athletics too, like that guy there. Whoa, man, maybe some sit-ups or something. But Chief, I think you're doing an excellent job. I really do. And I'm an ex-con with about 20 years down. No sex crimes and no drugs. But I'll tell you what, I'd call it if you were doing a bad job. I'd call it. And that's not meaning that I'm trying to get heat on you, but you already had it when the way she elected you and had you appointed. That was so corrupt, Rochelle. Of course, you were probably drinking during that day, too.
We have no more comment on this item.
Thank you. Being a public hearing, do we have anyone else wishing to approach to speak against or approve?
Mr. Brown?
It's a public hearing. Please approach.
Mayor, Council, I approached this council about 4 months ago when y'all talking about you needed money and all like that. And I said that we probably need to do a 1 cent special sales tax for all the problems you have. And that would free up Measure Q money so it can go to the fire and the police. And the special sales tax could do the streets, can do the cemetery, can do all of those things that y'all want to do. But then let Measure Q go back to it, to it was, what it was for. So y'all think about that. That's a solution right there.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is there anyone else that wishing to approach, speak in favor or opposed? Seeing no one approaching?
We have one more, Miss Sherry Bailey.
Okay, Ms. Bailey. On the agenda item,
So going back down to money, guys, money doesn't buy us happiness. Why don't we think about, like, how do we bring workplace satisfaction more to the forefront? I don't bring home nearly what you guys make in a month is what I bring home in a year. But I have the best job in the world. It's not about maybe the paycheck. It's how do we make people feel appreciated in their workplace, to feel supported. I don't know. Can we think outside of the box besides just raising the dollar amount? Because money doesn't buy happiness. That was just my thought.
thank you, Ms. Bailey. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor or opposed? Seeing one approaching, we will close the public hearing at 8:13 PM. Bring it back to council for questions only. Councilmember Williams, questions?
Yes, back to both departments. Someone just said right now about the retention of losing personnel because of finance. What is the cost for us to be a training facility? Can you guys touch on that?
I don't have a dollar amount for you, but what we see is we'll get an officer come in. They'll do 3 to 5 years with us. We'll give them all the basic training to give them a good foundation, and then they'll move on to other departments. And that cycle has just been reoccurring, I can tell you, for the better part of 30 years.
What's the cost of that training? Estimate. I'm not going to hold you to no number.
I mean, just for the academy, the salary during the academy, the tuition, the equipment, you're talking probably first 2 years, which is really when they become an officer that can get out there, work on their own, and start making a difference, you're probably talking a couple $100,000 per
Wow.
position.
And like I've stated in previous presentations, information, just some rough math, since 2020, we had offboarded 31 employees on the fire district alone. And just roughly in coverage and basic hiring costs, whether that's outfitting a firefighter and then backfill, as well as the overtime assumed when the vacancies are there. So we've expended approximately $8 million over that 5-year period in lack of retention considerations and maintaining the minimum staffing levels. And even during that time, we went below staffing levels, and at one point had to shut down the paramedic squad due to staffing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. See no questions from council. I'll call for a motion.
So I so move on the recommendation from staff.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, and a second by Councilmember Williams on recommendation items 1 and 2. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
A motion to approve passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 8, which is a continuation of the public hearing from March 3rd, 2026. We have the adoption of Joint Resolution Number 08-2026, approving both a development impact fee nexus study and the fees recommended in that study. Number 2, adoption of a Joint Resolution Number 09-2026, approving discounted rate for eligible residential development projects. And number 3, conduct the first reading of the ordinance of number 1048-2026, amending Chapter 12.40 of the Barstow Municipal Code concerning the development impact fees. The recommended action, staff recommends that the City Council, number 1, adopt the Joint Resolution Number 08-2026, number 2, adopt the Joint Resolution Number 09-2026, and number 3, conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1048-2026. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Before I turn it over to Mr. Greg Brown, who is going to join us on Zoom from Revenue Cost Specialist, I just wanted to give a quick recap and overview of what the direction was given to staff last time and some of the items that we're going to look at tonight. So when we came forward at the discussion item at the last meeting, staff proposed that we that council approve a discounted rate for residential. Residential only. I understand there was a public comment earlier about giving a discount to a big developer. However, this is only for residential. I wanted to clarify that on the recommendation. How it was presented last time initially was a phased-in approach of beginning with first keeping the rate that's currently in place, and then after we hit a threshold, to increase it by 25% of the 25% of the increase, the recommended increase. And I presented how challenging that can be to calculate, and I instead asked for council to consider going with a percentage of the new rate, the new proposed rate. The difference with that does change when we're talking about a percentage of an increase versus a percentage of the new rate. And I just want to demonstrate really quickly as to why we have some options in the presentation tonight. The current rate is per dwelling unit. State has mandated that we go to a square footage calculation rather than dwelling unit. Our current rate is $5,311.45 per dwelling unit. At the 25% level, we are looking at the new development impact fee of $3.10 per square foot. And that doesn't mean a lot when you're looking at the total unless you use an example. So an example of the 25% mark on a 1,500 square foot residential home, which is what we talked about last time and the standard that we expect, would actually be a reduction down to $4,642. Of course, it's per square foot, so if it's a 2,000 square foot home, it's going to be more, but we anticipate the average of being 1,500. So we presented options because if you look at a 30% rather than the 25% that we spoke about, that goes from the $5,311 current rate to $5,571, only a slight increase from the current diff rate at the 30 percentile. So later in the presentation, you'll see those different options and looking at 25%, 30, 35, 40, and so on. So I just wanted to give an overview of that before to clarify that we're through the discussion, that's what we're looking at, is to get direction from council on that. And at this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Greg Brown to provide the rest of the presentation.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm just going to do a refresher from the presentation that we did last time. And then with the additional information, I think staff is going to take it from there. Am I doing a screen share in this, or are we presenting it in the council chambers?
A screen share is what we anticipated, if you have that available.
Okay. Absolutely. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Sorry about that. I feel like I'm trying to use a camcorder in the 1980s. Forgive me. Okay. And is that the correct screen?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so again, we're going to be doing a recap from what we did at the last presentation. So what are development impact fees? Well, the fees charged on new development to help fund the infrastructure needed because of growth and ensures new development pays its fair share. So if we're using a very simplified example, the city's like a house today. Right now, the house fits everyone comfortably, but growth equals new roommates moving in. More people moving in, everything gets more crowded. To stay comfortable, you need more space. We add a room so everyone still fits. New roommates help pay for that expansion, and that's what diffs do. Without diffs, we have the same house, more people, but everyone gets a little less space and comfort. With diffs, the new roommates pitch in, the house grows, and the service levels stay the same. So what happens if there are no impact fees? Well, the current residents will need to subsidize the infrastructure required to accommodate new development, or the current level of service will drop for both current and future residents and businesses. Now, keep in mind, this is an extremely simplified explanation for this. Now, how do we create a development impact fee? Well, the first step is we have to establish a land use database. The land use itself is what generates the demand in the city, and so we have to figure out what's the current land uses and the potential land uses. Once we establish that, we establish the current level of service for each land use. That'll be determining the demand drivers, things like calls for service for police, gallons per day for sewer, and so forth. Once we determine the demand drivers, we determine the impact of new development on the city's current infrastructure. So we apply the demand drivers to the potential development, and then we can determine how much impact it's going to have on the city's current infrastructure. From there, we determine projects necessary to accommodate new development at the same level of service, and then we determine the project costs and distribute those costs across new development. So there's been a few new laws that have come up recently and multiple court cases, but I wanted to briefly go over County of El Dorado versus Sheets. This one actually to the Supreme Court for impact fees. It didn't fundamentally change anything. However, though, it did highlight two of the main tenets, though, for development impact fees. The first is going to be that there needs to be a reasonable relationship between new development and the public facility it's funding. The fee or condition has to fix the problem your project actually causes, not a different project the city wishes someone to fix. So there has to be a reasonable relationship between the two. And the next one's going to be proportionality. So even if the connection is real, the size of what you demand has to match the size of the impact. You can't charge $50,000 for a problem that only costs $5,000 to fix. There has to be some sort of proportionality between the two. So the nexuses used per infrastructure are going to be calls for service for public safety, trip miles for street improvement, impervious surfaces for storm drainage, and gallons per day for sewer. The intent behind the development impact fees is fairness. At the end of the day, fairness for the city, fairness for the developer, fairness for the current residents and businesses, and fairness for the new residents and businesses. So for this particular nexus study, we did law enforcement, fire facilities, circulation development, storm drain facilities, and wastewater system facilities. My job in this study was to calculate the maximum amount that the development impact fees could be. However, though, it is the city's job, though, to determine the appropriate amount for those impact fees. Right here is a summary of the max development impact fees justified by the Nexus study. And this should all be familiar to you from the previous meeting. And so I'm going to go ahead. And these are the summary of the recommended development impact fees. And from here, I think I can go ahead and hand it off to staff.
It
Oh, and
may
this is
be
the
worth a
phase-in
minute on
over
the
time.
recommended fees before we go to the discount component.
I'm sorry.
Back one slide. So as the council will recall, there was discussion of a higher set of fees, the maximum possible under the study. After further discussion, staff strongly recommend adopting this set, which is backed off a little bit from the maximum in order to, again, further promote residential development and growth and implementing the vision of the new general plan. So with that, we're at these recommended fees. And then that feeds into the, and this is embodied in the first resolution, which is joint resolution number 08-26, that would approve the study and impose these as the fees. And then that would take us to the residential discount component, which is the next component.
And as we went over last time, the recommendation is for, well, coupled with council direction, the first 1,000 units, there to be no increase and remain as the current fees remain in place until we reach that 1,000 units, with the caveat that council will review. It will come back to council every 3 years, and that is also included in the resolution. Once we meet that threshold, then going to the second 1,000 units. And that's where we do have the X percentage, because previously we were talking, as I said, about a 25% number. And that, however, was specific to the increase, not the fee, and that plays an impact. So then with moving on, we'll look at that in the next slide, but moving on, the third and so forth at 50% for the next 1,000, the fourth at 1,000 units at a 75% until we get to the full proposed rate. We would be looking at a new study. We should be doing a new study every 5 to 7 years. So we should be about time to look at that study at that time. And of course, we do want to promote the residential growth. So that is the purpose of this recommendation. And again, back to what I was speaking to at the beginning of the presentation, the current rate versus the new rate going from the per dwelling unit to the per square footage. It does necessitate a complicated calculation when we're going from one to the next. And so in totality, again, this is a state requirement, and so we must comply with that. I think it makes sense when you're looking at the size of a house, but these are the square footage. If we could go to the next slide, then we can equate the...
One more.
Oh, sorry, yes, one more.
Slide 18, Greg. Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
One more.
One more. Thank you.
Yes.
So this will demonstrate, again, a 1,500 square foot home, current rate of $5,311. So that would stay in place with the first 1,000 units, and the next 1,000 units would be applicable in the next percentage. Again, 25% at a 1,500 square foot home would be a reduction of $668 down to $4,642, while looking at a 30% would be a slight increase of $260. And then we get to 35% would be an increase of $1,188. I think it's very appropriate to go forward with the 30% or the 35% pending council direction, but that's what we would like to present with you now and ask for feedback before we move forward.
Okay, at this time, we'll come to council for questions. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, at the last presentation, I thought we kind of talked about the number of units from 1,000 to 500. Why did we go with 1,000 versus the first 500? Based on residential growth, are we going to see 1,000 in the first 3 years?
That is the hope. That's absolutely the hope. I didn't write down the 500 number. I wrote down 1,000 versus at the 1,500 is what I wrote down also. So I didn't recall talking about the 500, but we can go with council
It's just a
direction on
question.
but the anticipation is that we see development spur once we go forward with the general plan and we see other development, non-residential, commercial, and industrial development moving forward, that would necessitate the need for more housing. We do have the development agreement with Lewis Group, and they believe that as 147 homes in their first, the first plan that they would like to implement. Of course, we've seen our neighboring cities sprout very quickly when development does start. When one developer comes in, it brings the infrastructure, which spurs the other development to come forward, because then they gain economies of scale when infrastructure is in. Infrastructure is being one of the biggest costs to a developer, and the biggest deficit that we have in a lot of our areas in Barstow. So there is no magic ball that we can look to right now, but our hope is 1,000. Again, it'll be council's desire and direction that will go forward, though.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Hernandez, questions of staff?
You know how I feel about the 1,000. And we've already gone over the fact that there are only 200 homes built in the last 10 years in Barstow. So my question would have been, how many were built in Victorville within that same period? I don't think we would hit 1,000. So that's my concern. The other issue is with this proposed, in the 1,500, I see that as being more realistic, because the New Highlands, that when they did finish the project, there were smaller homes and smaller yards. And my understanding, the market right now is people want to do less maintenance, right, and have more, a better life, and spending time with family as opposed to adding this or that. And with grass becoming kind of a wish. So my thing is, will this 5,345 support the infrastructure that would be required? The expansion, let's say, of our wastewater plant.
So
because I know for the roads, the developer has to pay for that.
Alone, it would not, but that's why we look at, there are a lot of different factors. I will look to Community Development Director Heldreth to provide some input on the actual infrastructure.
Yes, so currently, the sewer facility, the wastewater facility is at 50% capacity. So if we were to experience development, I think we spoke about this previously as well, that we can handle certain development up to a certain point, and that's where these fees, not only residential but industry, like commercial, industrial, those types of fees would all contribute to the grand picture of being able to fund the current facility. In addition to, that's what we all pay. If you're on sewer, you all pay a monthly fee for the ongoing operation, for the collections, and also the plant maintenance of the facility. So the expansion or the modification of the existing facility will be paid for with development impact fees, and also it's a long-term investment.
Yeah, I see this as a long-term.
Correct.
Not a short-term. There's something about 5 units, is that our current, any developer builds 5 units that they get a discount? I read somewhere, there was something about 5, we build 5 homes. And
I don't believe we give any.
I don't know where I read that, but Because the intent then, if we adopt this tonight, then we're talking the 0 to 1,000, correct?
Yes, if that's council's direction on going to the 1,000, yes. I do recall
There was something in-
about 5 homes as well, and I cannot recall the
I
details.
don't
so
remember
we'll have to-
exactly where, but I know I read something, and I thought that was something we were currently doing, or it had been proposed. I don't know.
I'm unaware of that. I know the last tract of homes that we developed was up by the sports park.
Right.
And they paid every home was paid the development impact fee at the regular rate.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
I would add, I'm also not aware of a 5-unit discount, and certainly there's not one in what's proposed, even if there may have been a historical one.
Right. Is there something?
I'm not seeing something, but I'll double check.
I recall reading it. Wasn't specific to discounts, but I recall reading a minimum of 5 homes, and I'll have to look through and get back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Seeing no more questions from council, the public hearing has already been opened. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
I have one, Mr. E.T. Snell.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
So how many projects do we have going now, Mr. Hildreth? Do we have a bunch of them? Any developments? No. But we have that 1,500 acres sitting in the back that's what is it? Closed session. So that hides it, remember, so you don't have to say you know about it. But yet we have all this impact residential fees going on, cloaked impact fees, new proposal rates, residential homes. And that guy, you couldn't hear a word he was saying. You know, I'm wondering, did Lewis Homes, when you gave him that contract, did that go out for bid? No, hey, we're not going to talk about that. That's none of my business. I don't even live in the city. It's none of my business what's going on here. Well, I'll tell you what's going on here. I think, as a former realtor and been going to council meetings since the 70s, I think you guys are running a sham. What you're doing is you're saying, oh, we want these residential impact fees, the cloak impact fees. Yeah, we don't have any projects going, but we got that 1,500 acres stuck in our back pocket, just waiting for that to be developed. And we're getting this. This is laying track. All this is doing is laying railroad track for the railroad that you're going to do with that 1,500 acres. To me, it's really sad what's going on. And you think everybody in Barstow's stupid. Well, a lot of them are, but not this clown. I'm kind of think you guys are up to it. You know, and well, like that guy was coming up here, you were on the TV or whatever. You couldn't hear a word he was saying. Well, that's great. Keep that stuff in your back pocket. It's none of anybody's business. You guys are the council. You can do what you want to do. It's nobody's business about that 1,500 acres. I've never got an answer. Did you guys open that up to bid, or did you just say, oh, Mr. Lewis, here? That's what I'd like to find out. You know, and why don't we just tie this in with the 1,500 acres? Why don't we just make that part of it instead of, since we don't have a bunch of projects going, what are we doing this for? I'll tell you what we're doing it for. We're doing it for to get ready for that railroad of that 1,500 acres. You're getting ready to put that in. And even at $10,000 an acre, or $30,000, or $500,000, better yet, that's what industrial sells for here. That's like $750 million. Boy, you know, you guys don't need your paws on that, I'm telling you. You know, you got a drunk city manager and everybody's walking around here drunk, being stupid, and nobody's paying attention to what you guys are railroading. 1,500 acres. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Snell.
We have no more comment.
Being a public hearing, is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor or opposed? Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Mayor, I guess I'm for it, but it's going to be hard to get the homes here. Because Ms. Clayton said that we don't have, it's hard for the infrastructure, the sewers and that. And I somewhat agree with her. So, you know, this should be an industrial town. You can't bring a lot of homes here because, you know, you have the railroad right now over there by Nancy and Flora. You can hear the trains, the whistles, the smoke, all that, you know? So you should consider industrial and then leave Victorville, Apple Valley, let them fight for the homes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is anyone else approaching? This public hearing is now closed at 8:41 p.m. I'll bring it back to council for questions.
Mayor, if I could jump in and respond to the question raised earlier regarding the 5-unit component. It is not in the eligibility for their being subject to diffs. Any project must pay the diffs per the schedule. Rather, the draft residential discount resolution applies it to 5 units, at least 5 units or more. So a single family, a single 2 units, 3 units would just pay the normal fees, but 5 or more is eligible for the discount. That's on page 198 under the present proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, seeing no questions from council, I'll call for a motion.
I second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Williams, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. And did you need clarification on the percentage? Did you, Mrs. Clayton?
If it is the staff report proposed, that would be the 25%.
Okay.
And if it's the updated recommendation was 30%. So
Okay. So the recommendation then, Councilmember Williams, is on the staff's recommendation? 30%, yep. Okay. Thank you. I've got a first and a second on staff's recommendation. And any discussion? Seeing none, Councilmember Hernandez.
I would just like a clarification in regards to developers, right? Because comment was made about Lewis and whatever. Can we clarify the fact that those are not builders? What our agreement is, I think.
I think she wants to clarify that it's an exclusive negotiation agreement and then that Lewis is a developer, not a builder.
yes, I will. And I will look to Director Heldreth to provide more information because that development agreement was approved by council prior to me starting with the city. I'm knowledgeable of it. I've talked to Lewis Homes regarding the development agreement, but I will look to Director Heldreth to provide more clarification.
So just for clarification, the Lewis Group is a family-owned company based out of Rancho Cucamonga, I believe. They develop all over Southern California. They've never developed in Barstow, but they are a large developer. They're one of the largest family-owned businesses in California. There was an agreement made for them to have the exclusive negotiating rights for the BLM property because there's a lot of work that has to go into trying to obtain the BLM property. It actually takes an act of Congress, literally. So we didn't want to fund that process, and so the developer is actually funding that. The city of Barstow has no money into that, and so they are paying to try to get that property through the city, but it's a BLM acquisition. So the Lewis Group are developers. They do commercial type developments is what their primary focus is, and industrial. They do not build homes, so to speak, anymore. They partner with other home building companies to come in and build those.
And if I could add briefly, there is also a second Lewis Group project, which is 147 homes that are entitled. Those are shovel-ready off of Rimrock Road, and that's separate from the BLM project. And there, the agreements are all in place, the approvals are ready, and it's just a matter of waiting for the right market time. And we hope that this will spur that.
With that, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion for item 8 approval is unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we move on to the consent calendar. Go ahead.
So we do have one public comment. Mr. Snell, would you like to speak? No, he passes. With that, I'll go ahead and read our consent calendar. Item 9 is the ratification of accounts payable expenditures for February 2026. The recommended action is to approve and ratify expenses as audited for checks 102308 through 102589, totaling $4,751,150.17, and wires 1269 through 1285, totaling $468,879.97, per the agency breakdowns as follow. City, $5,045,769.07. Fire, $174,261.07, for a grand total of $5,220,030.14. Item 10 is a notice of completion and acceptance of Fulkerson Park Field Light Project. The recommended action is 1, to accept the Fulkerson Park Field Lights Project, and 2, authorize city staff to record the notice of completion, attachment A, with the San Bernardino County Recorder. Item 12 is the approval of amendment number 4 to funding agreement number 19-1002193 with the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority for the Rimrock Road and Agarita Avenue Rehabilitation Project to increase funding in the amount of $650,000 for a total reimbursable amount of $4,314,274, and to extend the agreement to December 31st, 2027. The recommended action is 1, to approve amendment number 4 to funding agreement 19-1002193 for Rimrock Road and Agarita Avenue Rehabilitation Project, attachment A, and 2, to authorize the city manager or designee to sign and/or execute any related project documents. Item 13 is the adoption of Resolution 5279-2026, approving amendment number 9 to the 2025-2026 salary schedule to correct the police chief salary range. The recommended action is to adopt Resolution 5279-2026, approving a corrected salary schedule, amendment number 9, to reflect the police chief classification at salary range number 12380, $15,253.90 to $19,468.27 monthly, consistent with prior city council action. Item 14 is the approval of amendment number 3 to the 2025-2026 Memorandum of Understanding with Teamsters Local 1932, Unit 2, regarding uniform allowance. The recommended action is that the City Council approve amendment number 3 to the 2025-2026 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Barstow and Teamsters Local 1932, Unit 2, pertaining to the uniform allowance and superseding the previous amendments approved on January 6, 2026 and March 3, 2026. And that is the end of the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Williams, you have a question on the consent calendar?
Not a question, but just a comment.
Okay, can we bring it up after the motion then? Thank you. So seeing no questions from council, I'll call for a motion. I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, Discussion, Councilmember Williams?
Yes, I just wanted to thank the city manager and staff for the credit card reports that they've been giving us. Ever since you've done that, it's been self-explanatory. I commend you for it. What I was really impressed with is now you have the BEAT program on there, so we know where that funding is coming from. And I went through it, and I was absolutely, completely 100% satisfied with it. So thank you for putting that report together and making it a lot easier than it was in the past.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Seeing no more discussion, I will call for the vote.
And the motion to approve consent items 9, 10, 12 through 14 passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to our deferred items. We have item number 11, which was pulled from consent. Approval of Second Amendment to lease agreement with Peraton, Inc. for the NASA Goldstone Visitor Center at the Harvey House. Staff's recommended action is that, number one, the City Council approve the Second Amendment to the lease agreement with Peraton, Inc. for the NASA Goldstone Visitor Center at the Harvey House. And number two, authorize the city manager to execute all required documents and agreements. And City Manager, Councilmember Hernandez, why did you pull this?
Thank you. I'm thinking out of the box here. When I saw the contract, and I understand our reasoning behind, because it benefits the community and the school district, is it's fine we're doing it for $1, but we're losing $40,000. So I wondered why we couldn't put in the contract that we review it at least once a year, and if they get their funding back, that we can renegotiate the contract. They may not get their funding, but at least we're covered as far as for the city.
We can. Council gives direction, so that can be put into a motion. Did staff have anything to add?
No, just that it is, I think it's a good option for us to actually meet with them and review annually because of this reduction. Of course, it's a community benefit, but we want to be mindful. So we spoke to Attorney Summers and staff. Assistant City Manager Chapa has been working on this and negotiation, and we did talk about going forward with that annual review and that it would be an easy fix correction to, well, I shouldn't say correction, change, modification to add that into. And I'll let Attorney Summers add anything else if he does.
It's just that staff supports that as well. It's a reasonable improvement and reflects the realities of the changing federal funding situation.
Okay, and staff has more input. Mr. Chapa?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We spoke with the tenant today. The original intent was to do just as you said, was to come back when they had their funding projections more in line in the future. We spoke to them about this. They are very agreeable with it, so there's no so the tenant will have no issue with it.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for that question. Do we have any requests to speak?
Mr. Snell, did you want to speak on this? No. He's passed.
Okay. With that, I'll bring it back to council. Seeing no more questions, I'll call for a motion. Put the 1 year in there.
We're going to add?
Yeah.
Okay. With the added condition.
Put it in the
Yes,
motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, you have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, adding the 1 year review, second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. And any discussion? Councilmember Hernandez?
Nope.
Okay. Seeing no others, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion on item 11 passes unanimously with the modification to add the 1 year review.
Thank you. By no objection of the council, we will be taking a 5-minute break. Be back at, we'll just say be back at 9. We're going to come back to order, and we're going to business action items. Number 15, discussion and approval of funding for a community celebration recognizing Cinco de Mayo. The recommended action is that the city council approve an allocation for the Cinco de Mayo celebration scheduled for April 25th, 2026 at Fulkerson Park from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. in the amount not to exceed $10,000 from the Community Benefit Fund Cannabis, and authorize the city manager to execute any contracts or documentations necessary to facilitate the event. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Chapa to provide this presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Clayton, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. Mayor and Council, tonight I bring you this proposal to support a Cinco de Mayo community celebration that we've tentatively scheduled for April 25th at Fulkerson Park from 2 to 5 p.m. This will be a community event celebrating the local Hispanic culture with live entertainment, food vendors, family activities, and will be coordinated across multiple city departments. This was originally expressed by Councilmember Williams to ask us to pursue a Cinco de Mayo event, and the discussions afterwards have manifested into this item being in front of you tonight. We were originally looking to do this on Saturday, May 2nd, 2026. However, American Cancer Society is holding their Relay for Life event at the sports park that day, and we didn't want to schedule a competing event or stretch its city resources too thin, as we want to see that event be very successful. However, going forward, if council elects to make this an annual event, we will work harder to make it to schedule it more in line with the Cinco de Mayo holiday in 2027. So we're estimating the cost to be about $7,000. Staff is requesting Mayor and Council authorize an amount not to exceed $10,000 from the Community Benefits Fund to offer flexibility and to address any items we may not have identified in the initial proposal. With that being said, staff and I are open to questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. I'll bring it back to council, and this is agendized as discussion and approval, so this will be for questions and discussion. Councilmember Williams.
How many food vendors are we projecting to be coming to the event?
I need to look at my information here. Give me 1 second, sir.
More than 5?
I believe it's more than 5.
Yeah. I think it's important that, the reason I brought this event back up is because the Chili Cook-Off was a very important event. And I felt like the people needed something to bring us together. We hear it all the time. What do we have to bring us together? A place where we can, communicate, see our administration, our staff, the council, and our residents. That's the one thing that the Chili Cook-Off did. It brought us together as a group. And so once I heard the news, I made the phone call to the staff, and I wanted to make sure that we had some kind of an event. We're going to be doing that at Fulkerson Park, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a beautiful park. I'm going to tell you, what we have done with this thing is amazing. So what a way to not only celebrate Cinco de Mayo, but we also celebrate Fulkerson Park itself. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. I see no more requests to speak from the Councilmember Rose.
I'm excited to see this event, Cinco de Mayo. I appreciate that you guys are trying to do something that brings the community together, but I want to make it very clear that I believe you just said, Mr. Chapa, that this is to celebrate the local Hispanic culture. There's a big difference between the Hispanic culture on what the Chili Cook-Off that brought Belen and Barstow sister cities together from the Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo is a Mexican heritage and celebrating their culture, which I think is as equally important. So I do have some questions, because I just wanted to make that to show the difference of the two. What we have done in this city for the last 20-some years is the chili cook-off with the Belen in Barstow Sister Cities, and it was an all-day event where everybody could come together. There was bands, there was the Chihuahua dancing, all of that, and the community loved it. And they were able to hang out all day at this beautiful park that we have. I hope that we do bring something like that back again on top of what we're doing here. Was there any consideration to do it on the 7th or 8th of May? Because doing Cinco de Mayo in April is kind of like, was there any consideration to do it in May during the week? Because it's only 3 hours. It's 3 hours will go by really fast. If we're going to have food vendors, are we going to have, like, because it's the Mexican culture and their heritage, are we planning mariachis, piñatas? Are we planning Mexican cuisines? The food that embraces that culture? Maybe flamenco dancers? Are we planning any of that during this event?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember, and I appreciate your comments. I actually am a Mexican American, so I am thankful that you brought that up. Thank you for that. We are talking with some of the folklorical groups in the high desert area. We generally speaking, we have received comments from the residents. They would like to see these events on Saturdays as easier for them to attend. This is a proposal that's being brought in front of council right now. So if council directs staff to go longer than 3 hours, to go to look at another day, we can definitely discuss that, and we can look at different targets. For us, we wanted to try to put something together most effectively and do something quickly to get the activity planned. And again, if this is something that council wants, next year we will be targeting dates much closer to the actual event, the actual.
Thank you for that. And I mean, so you mentioned that the residents have been asked and they wanted to have it on a Saturday. Was there a survey? Because I haven't seen a survey on that. And we have like National Night Out, and it's a huge success. And it's on a weekday, and we get a lot of the community coming out, and we get our royalty coming out. So if it's only 3 hours, it shouldn't hinder anybody from wanting to come out for the 3 hours. I mean, I love the event that we're bringing, and hopefully we're going to bring a lot more. But 3 hours is going to go by really super fast. And so I really would like to see it on a different day in May, a weeknight. And I can guarantee you that the community is going to show up. This is fantastic. I like it. But I was just curious as to what was being planned.
I just want to address that, your request for during the week, which is absolutely something we can look at. The reason we look at weekends is we still have kids in school at that time. We still have the other after-school activities, getting ready for school the next day and work, and that's why Saturdays tend to be more appropriate for an event like this, so that we can get more people involved and not have those limiting factors that just the daily weekday lives of students and parents. So that's why we looked at the weekends and understanding that our community does get very involved on Saturday, staying away from Sundays so that we're not conflicting with church, and that just seems to be the most available day. But we're happy to take any suggestion or direction from council. One item I wanted to also touch on is the reason we did not recommend the Saturday the 9th is because that's Mother's Day weekend, and oftentimes families go out of town or have other plans for Mother's Day weekend. So, but we're happy to take direction from council on any other proposals.
Thank you. And I love that you're taking it in consideration with the kids, but if we shifted the hours from, let's say, even 4 or 5, because the junior high gets out at 4:15, or even 5 o'clock, like the National Night Out, and go into 8 o'clock, we can still capture the families, the people getting off, because on the weekends, a lot of families do want to go out of town. And I know, for instance, my own grandchildren, they go out of town for school events because they have games here and they have games there. So the weekend is also, there's no ideal time, but I was just like really thinking for just 3 hours, we can have it in May somewhere. That's where I was hoping that we, maybe consider that. Nonetheless, sounds like a great event, a lot of work being put into it, and I look forward to seeing the exciting activities and how many piñatas we're going to have, and if we're going to have a cook-off, all of those things. I'm looking forward to it, so thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Councilmember Williams?
Can't we extend the time for Saturday? Mayor, we'd like to make a motion that we, have the event.
Okay, we're not at the motion yet, but
Okay.
when you do put that in there. So we have to go to public first.
So what would be acceptable for a time to extend the event for Saturday? What time are we starting again?
It's tentative scheduled from 2 to 5 p.m.
2 to 5 p.m.? Okay.
I have seen similar events range from about six hours typically. So to make it an all-day event that you can really make a day of it, you have enough time to see the different festivities that we're talking about, dancers, mariachi, and the different food vendors and so forth. So I think that's appropriate.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Rose?
So I totally embrace extending it because, like I said, 3 hours, you can barely get the piñatas out and line up the children, and your 3 hours is up. And so if we extend it, it would be, I think our community would love the fact that it would be a longer event. They can bring their lawn chairs like they have in past and thoroughly enjoy it. And not just have the mariachis, but I also recommend that we get a band up here, somebody that embraces the culture of what we're trying to do. There's a lot of things you can look at, but I'm excited, and if we can extend it, I still like to see it in May, but I get it, Mother's Day weekend, this will be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more requests from council, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
Yes, I have Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I get into this, my agenda that I received in the mail said item 15 is also going to be the policy on using the drug money. Is that no longer part of this?
Please continue. We'll answer the question.
So
Continue.
I'll lose time and I
Questions,
can't go over the other one.
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, first of all, I don't think the city should be doing this at all. For 20 years, it's been done by a private nonprofit, and I think that's where it should be. I do note that your estimated costs here are less than half of what you told the nonprofit that it would cost them. It was going to cost them over $16,000, according to you, to run this. Now you're doing it for $7,000? I think there's something dishonest there, honestly, that you're trying to take it over and charge the other organization an exorbitant amount of money for things that you're not doing yourself. Something wrong there. As far as the timing, I personally think it should start at 10 o'clock and go to 4 o'clock, because I don't mind having chili for lunch. I think it'd be a great thing. And if you're over at 4, you got plenty of time for cleanup and plenty of light out there. And I would think people would want to be there very early and indeed make a day of it. So again, I don't think you should be doing it at all. I think you should turn it back over to a private nonprofit, because I think they've committed their life to this for 20 years, and I don't think this city is honest enough to take it forward and truly recognize that you're supporting Belen as your sister city and the people from New Mexico that helped settle this area and are still here, a lot of them. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wisma.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wisma.
Thank you. I'd better not run so fast up here. Well, I am very, very disappointed in the city for taking over this Belen, New Mexico Chili Festival. It has been around here for 20-plus years. It is our sister city, Belen, New Mexico, the first of many generations of people who came to Barstow to work on the railroad, to work on the tracks, and also to work and develop the Harvey House. So we're going to push this under. Why don't we open up some cans of chili and say, here we go, people. This is wrong to put it in at the last moment, to use every dollar you can to squeak it out of the cannabis fund. It is just wrong, wrong, wrong. And according to the Mojave River Valley Museum, we were scheduled to write book number 2, and it was the history of Barstow. We did one. We had Katie Eastlas and many as mayor, and many other people. There were 5 families in that book. We have lost several members of that particular generation. So it's really important to get this going. We are not going to cancel that. Those of us that want to write the book will write the book. And I said it once before, we have 2 members sitting up on city council. Mr. Tim said he was not in Belen, but at a city slightly out of it, the area. Miss Rose's people are from Belen, New Mexico. And I think that all of our many workers that we have, if you go take a survey and go to the railroad, you're going to find that their heritage and their generations go back as many as 6 years. So I'm thinking that we need to do the new book. We need to keep the history alive. And by the way, what are we doing for our sister city, New Mexico Council? Are we inviting them up to Route 66? Or are we going to invite them up to a canned open the can, here you go, here's your new chili. I think it's wrong. I don't think we have any business taking it over. And we do have many nonprofits that will. And I did not hear you even say thank you to Roland for doing it those many years. And his partner, who is deceased, we did honor him a little bit. But it's wrong, and you need to think it over. And I think you're really gouging the festival, digging in and trying to get all you can from the Measure Q. 3 hours, man, you guys better rethink something. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wisma.
We have no more comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. And again, it's a discussion or questions. Councilmember Williams?
As far as the comment, as far as getting rid of the chili cook-off, that was not the option. It was not something that we wanted. We even brought it back to the council to get more funding for it. For to say that we're taking away or trying to own something, this was a simple request after it was already over with. We didn't cancel it. It wasn't us that chose to get rid of it or to stop it. So I don't appreciate that comment. That was not right, because at the end of the day, not only did I work on the phone with the event holder numerous times, trying to save the project. At the end of the day, it was too late for whatever reason, not enough funding for their side or whatever the issue is. We went to the second best thing. again, we're missing the whole subject of this thing is for us to come together and be able to hang out and do some stuff, you know. So, I mean, we didn't cancel, we didn't take it over, and we're not trying to overrun it either. I mean, that's just not right.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilmember Rose?
I just want to say for the record that we're not going to the second best thing. This is an additional activity that cannabis funds will support, and that the policy is attached to this to show that we can use those funds to support an additional event. We've talked about additional events. This is just one example of an additional event, not the second best thing. It is my hope, and I think the council's hope, that we're going to have more additional activities for our community to bring our community together. But I also want to say that yes, Mayor Silva, it's my understanding that his family is from Belen, New Mexico. My family is not from Belen, New Mexico, but they are from New Mexico, from all over New Mexico, more northern New Mexico, but we do have close ties to families like the Chavezes, the Jaramillos, the Bacas, the Peraltas, the Sanchez. I can sit here and name all the families that came to Barstow, and Barstow is because of these families. They are the ones that came to Barstow for job opportunities. And so it is my hope that we can continue to try to partner with the original person that's in our audience tonight to bring back this Belen and Barstow chili cook-off. It's my hope that we can bring it back. If we cannot partner, I would hope that this city would do our best to make an event similar to what we have had for 20 years. That's my hope. But the Cinco de Mayo celebration is celebrating the Mexican culture and heritage, which is a beautiful thing, and the other is the Hispanic culture, heritage, and how Barstow came to exist. So once again, I embrace this event, but it is not replacing what we have seen the last 20 years. And again, I hope that we can partner again or try to recreate it amongst other activities that we can bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Yeah, just to add on to what Councilmember Williams said, the event was canceled first. The decision to try to have an event came after the event was canceled. So what you would be beating us up on right now is that we didn't try to have an event and we just let it disappear. I think the idea of the people that have done it successfully for about 20 years to help out is a great idea. I think the idea of 10 to 4 is a great idea. And we will entertain, we'll direct staff in the motion. But City Manager or Assistant City Manager, please answer the question. I believe Mr. Weissman's question is, what money are we using? I think he used the word drug, but I believe the question would be, what fund is funding this project?
So the proposal is to utilize the Community Benefits Fund from the cannabis funding source. And as Councilwoman Rose stated, the policy is attached, and that is one of the items in the policy is for more city events, this fund to be used for city events, and that's why we're bringing it forward. One thing I would like to add is doubling the time would increase the need for the budget. So we would like to update our request. If the 6 hours is the desire, then we would like to double that to $15,000 for the $7,000 that was necessary. And I'll look to Assistant City Manager Chapa if he thinks that a higher amount, up to $20,000, would be double of the not to exceed. But we believe $15,000 would be appropriate.
If we use the previous event with the CIF parade as a bookmark, as a measurement, I think it would be appropriate to give it to allow staff at least up to 20,000 in case there are extra expenses, other proposals coming in. We do have some vendors that are committed to 3 hours right now, depending on the outcome of tonight. If we need to extend that time out or add more entertainers, that's going to increase the budget as well.
Okay, thank you. I see no more requests to speak from council. But before I call for a motion, I'll just disclose one more time, my family is from Las Lunas, New Mexico, which is basically border with Belen, New Mexico, where my dad, when he moved back to New Mexico in 1999, now resides in Belen. So I'm from Las Lunas back to Belen. And with that, I'll call for a motion. And in the motion, please give direction to staff on the hours and the budgeted amount. Seeing no motion, I'll motion 10 to 4. Okay. If someone, someone please motion.
Now the cost is bothering me.
It's cannabis fun.
I understand that, but you know, now we have a double cost, almost a triple cost for 3 more hours. If we want to do more events and do more things, like Councilwoman Rose said, I don't think you can be spending all that money. That's just my opinion now.
You can put it in the motion, but thank you, Councilman Williams. Councilman Rose?
I'd like to make a motion, double the time, double the fun. It's about our community, right? We have the funds, and we need to start spending them. And how much funds do we have in this account so far? Like 700, 800 now, probably more.
If you use the formula, so 80%, 15%, and 5%. Currently, we have 80%. The 80% allocation for projects is about $681,000. For special events, we have $127,000, and we have 5% for maintenance of $42,000.
I make a motion that we extend the hours to 6 hours, and that we spend up to $20,000 for the Cinco de Mayo event.
And I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Rose. The motion is for a 6-hour event, staff to spend up to $20,000. I have a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Any discussion? Any further discussion? Councilmember Noble, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
No, you mentioned the extension of 6 hours. I had no problem. Are we looking at changing the time from 10 to 4, or are we looking at changing it, leaving it at 2 to 8, or give or take?
I'll look to staff for input. I think that somewhere in the middle, about 11 to 7 would be more appropriate, so we have more time for setup in the morning.
Absolutely.
And it goes into the evening, where dinner time, you can still have the vendors for that food for dinner. So I think that would be a good 11 to, I'm sorry.
That's 8 hours.
11 to 5. 11 to 5. 11 to 5. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, did you ring out? Okay. Okay, so with that, I will call for the vote.
And the motion on item 15 passes unanimously 5-0, with the motion to extend the hours for 6 hours and to spend up to $20,000.
Thank you. With it.
I'm sorry. Oh, and the time is 11 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to item 16, approval of fiscal year 2025-2026 mid-year budget status report and proposed budget adjustments. The recommended action, the City Council Fire Board approved the budget adjustments and related transfers within the budget adjustments contained within the Exhibit A as discussed herein. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce Finance Director Harris to provide this presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight I present to you the proposed appropriation adjustments for the mid-year period of fiscal year '26. The adjustments presented to you are due to some of the following events that happened during the course of this fiscal year. One, most predominantly, is the change in the accounting method for the IGSAS contract. Essentially, in the past, we treated these funds as sort of a pass-through arrangement. So essentially, we were paying invoices for the government contract, and they were reimbursing us for those amounts, which essentially is a wash. The way that those were running through the books, they weren't budgeted specifically as revenues and expenditures. So what we're doing is we're adjusting our budgets to reflect that revenue and that expenditure separately. And the offset of that is that you will see the 3% admin fee that we will receive as a revenue to the general fund. That adjustment in itself will increase revenues by $30 million, $30,722,500. On the expenditure side, we will be increasing that budget for $28,913,315, with a difference of about $2 million that is received for general fund revenues. The other significant change for this fiscal year was the labor negotiations, which closed during the course of the '26 fiscal year. There are increases that were not budgeted prior to this fiscal year that will be increased in this year as well. The result of these changes is a net effect of the increase in the general fund of $1,307,819. For the special revenue funds, there is a decrease of $798,000, and this is solely because we have began to collect reimbursements for some of the projects in the past. And then there is a slight increase to the enterprise funds, solid waste and wastewater, of $455,295. And those increases are largely due to the adjustments with the labor negotiations this year as well. Over the next few months, Finance is planning to conduct budget workshops. And these workshops will take a closer review of our year-end and fund balances. So we will go into some more of these details at that period in time. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We have none.
I'll bring it back to council. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
So move the only recommended actions.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
A motion to approve item 16 passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 17, consideration of resolution number 5278-2026, approving the Measure I continuation expenditure plan developed by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Recommend action, adopt the resolution number 5278-2026, approving the Measure I continuation expenditure plan developed by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Mayor, members of the council, this item is brought forward for, initiated by SBCTA, the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. This is, we call it, they have it listed as an expenditure plan. I want to clarify what that expenditure plan means. The expenditure plan was something that was adopted based on the previous half-cent sales tax Measure I brings in, and the expenditure plan was adopted specifically allocating those revenues that come in, specific to our roads and arterial. It identifies and defines what the funding can go towards. The Measure I ballot initiative has a sunset date of 2040. The approval of the continuation of the expenditure plan is to keep it as it is now, keep it intact, going beyond 2040 with the intention of extending that Measure I half-cent sales tax. This is a request of all cities to review and approve, so it could go forward with the county taking action to put this on the November 2026 ballot for a continuation of the existing tax, not a new tax. I just want to clarify that this is not going to increase anything. It is to remain status quo beyond 2040 when the existing measure sunsets. So with that, we have also listed some projects that were funded by Measure I, and I will turn it over to Director Hildreth to provide more information on those projects.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Some of the projects that we've used or utilized Measure I funding for is the First Avenue Bridge project. The additional things is because those are considered arterial roads. So the other projects that we're going to be utilizing is currently we are under getting ready to start construction on the Rimrock Road project. So from Avenue H to Barstow Road, that is also being funded through SBCTA, which is obviously this initiative that the city manager, Ms. Clayton, referred to. So the city of Barstow, we will also be bringing forward a couple more potential projects for council consideration based off of the revenue that they have been collecting over the years for the city, and we will be bringing that forward as well. So it is a vital tool for us to support the county in the extension of their measure, because it is vital resources for us to improve our arterial roads.
Thank you, Mr. Hildreth. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions. I just also wanted to clarify on the timing. This is anticipated to go to the County Board of Supervisors in May, so that they have time to go forward with the items that they would need to present with the Register of Voters. The deadline is August. I believe it's the first week of August is the deadline to add something to the ballot. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
Mr. Hildreth, how much did we actually spend on the bridge? Oh, look at those eyes.
It was not 80 million.
I know, that's why I'm asking.
I don't know exactly the dollar amount off the top of my head, but I do recall the construction phase was in the $30 million range. I do recall that. So with design, acquisition there was some acquisition of property as well. So I know it was in the $30 million range, potentially in the low 40s. But I can work on getting you that exact number. But I believe it was in the low 40s.
No, I understand, but when people throw numbers out, and as we say we're transparent, I like that clarified. Otherwise, the public may make the assumption that that's true when it isn't. The other question I have is for our city manager. Is there any other option for us to get funding to maintain our streets and even build them, other than this Measure I funding?
We do have other sources. We utilize gas tax. We utilize our RMRA. I'm blanking on the acronym right now, but there are other special revenue funds that we utilize that are specific to our streets. We also have grant funding available. I believe we had funding, partial funding from Caltrans on a project. We partner with other agencies where we can gain efficiencies, and we do explore all of those options. So I'll turn it over to Director Hildreth if he has anything to add.
Yeah, the primary four accounts that we utilize, besides the ones that Ms. Clayton was referring to with partnering with other agencies, is you got SB1, and then you also have Measure I local regional, and then you have the gas tax. So those are our primary. Then we also use development impact fee money, and then like Ms. Clayton referred to is partnering with other organizations. And then if anyone likes to throw general fund money at that, we would love to take it and get more done.
So, would you consider this one of the vital funding sources we have for our, as the example, the bridge?
Yes. So the bridge itself did not cost the city of Barstow taxpayers very much money. And out of that $40+ million project, and also the partnership with SBCTA, they're the ones that managed that project and did the financing with it. And also, that's what's paying for Rimrock, about $4 million project. And we also have about $4 million left in that account through the county and that's where I was mentioning that we're going to bring some more projects back and for arterials roads that will be presented in the next month or two for options to move forward.
Yes, because I want the public to understand how important it is and what it has accomplished in our community. And none of us like paying extra tax. But I wanted that clarification for the public, as we make the assumption you can't always get a grant, you can't always get a partnership. But this, I think, is one point where we are guaranteed funds. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. So just with the last statement there, paying extra tax, please clarify this is not an extra tax. This is an existing tax put on the measure to continue.
Absolutely. I that's what I was starting off and trying to explain, but I might not have said it very clear, but absolutely not a new tax, not an increase. It is to maintain and keep it intact as it is now, a 50-cent sales tax with no increase. The extension is only an extension of time, but not an increase of the tax.
And it's an existing tax staying at the same rate. But are the projects, in other words, mobility, regional, local, is anything being changed there, or is that staying the same? There's nothing added, nothing removed that we can use the money for now?
No, there would be no change. The expenditure plan and the percentages that they allocate currently would remain intact.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions from council, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We have none.
I'll bring it back to council. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion. I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, second by Councilmember Williams. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll move on to public safety updates. And tonight we have our police chief, Chief Kirby.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. I want to give you some numbers for the month of February. Our dispatch center received 6,245 telephone calls from the public. Our officers responded to 1,973 calls for service. Our officers took 304 reports, issued 28 traffic citations, made 122 arrests. 50 of those were felony. 47 of those felony arrests were adults, and 3 were juvenile. 72 misdemeanor arrests, and all 72 were adults. I also wanted to take the opportunity to give you an update on our recruitment. My entire staff has been working hard on our success when it comes to recruitment. I'm excited to share. Captain Arthur kind of stole some of my thunder earlier, but we have 4 new officers starting the police academy at the end of the month. These officers will be in the academy and then on field training. It'll take about 10 months to get them out as solo officers on their own. So you can see with that, the testing process is usually at least 4 months, maybe as much as 6. So it takes 16 to 18 months to get a police officer from start to finish to where they're actually impacting the community. We're also looking at several laterals. I believe we have 5 in the process right now. We're hoping to get 2 of those on in the next couple of weeks. Those will help us almost immediately. And then we currently have candidates in the process for all of our open positions, and we're beginning to create a list of qualified candidates for anticipated vacancies and growth in the future. End of report.
Thank you. Any questions of the police chief? Seeing none, we will go on to council committee reports. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. We had a street committee meeting on February the 4th, which we discussed the trenching policy, and that was reviewed, and we're going to go over it before it becomes, before council to make sure that all the changes have been completed. There also was an update of the projects that are going to be occurring in the city, so they kind of gave us an idea of where they will be starting and the starting dates. Our intent is to put that out to the public, so when you complain about you can't get around the streets, you did complain you wanted new streets, so, you know, we have to take the balance between those, but the intent is to not affect the public, you know, the least amount that we have to. And then on March the 5th, I attended the Southern California Association of Governments, and I'm happy to report that I brought back the toolkit that they have. We, as Southern California, have so many different climates and different cities and different issues, whether it's wildfire or flooding or drought. And what this toolkit does is enables the staff an opportunity to look how to approach those problems and how to deal with them. And it's a step-by-step when they put it in such a manner that no matter what city has that issue, there is, you know, the opportunities and the suggestions of what possibly can be done. We did print it out, so if the council wants to see it, we're going to have it in the council meeting office. So I really appreciated the fact that we have done that, and all that Southern California Association of Government is doing, looking at all cities. We know we're each unique in our own way, and I like that they have those unique approaches in it, and that's it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you, Mayor. Got a few things I just want to go over. Attended the Military Affairs meeting on March 10th. A couple of events that's going to be happening here in our local community, but also in the surrounding community. Here in Barstow, we're going to have the Hopping Easter Fest on the 21st of March, and that's going to be conducted over at the sports park from 10 to 1. Also, there's a 5K run that morning. I'm not sure the actual time they're going to start, but it's that morning prior to the event. Also, between the 3rd of April and the 22nd of May, the Adult Soccer League will be starting for males and females. So those of you who are interested in the Adult Soccer League, that'll be happening. And then also the T-ball for our little ones, kids 2-year-old and 11 months up to 5 years old will be participating in that. And that'll start on the 4th of April to the 20th of May, and sign-ups and everything, that will be started. Also at the National Training Center, Fight Night. That is something that they've been pushing for the last month or two. A lot of fights are going to be happening between the 25th and the 27th. The 27th is the big day. That's all the major championship fights that's going to be happening at the National Training Center. Also, they're going to have actor Michael J. White. If you guys know anything about kickboxing and things of that nature, he plays in Bloods and Guts and a lot of karate film movies and stuff. He's going to be there along with a few other actors, but she definitely mentioned Michael J. White, and I watch him all the time on TV. And then the U.S. Veteran Support Group is going to have a fishing day, those of you that are interested in fishing, on the 4th of April, and they're going to be doing that up at the Hesperia Lake, and that's from 8 to 2. Free of charge. You don't have to have no license. All you have to do is show up. Just show up. Kids are welcome, and they entice more kids to come out to participate in that. Mrs. Renita Wicks wanted to thank the city manager and the staff who all took part in the Mardi Gras She wanted to say thank you for the city, for their support in putting on a fantastic show and hosting the Mardi Gras. Couple of flyers I have here. The High Desert Marine is throwing a car show on the 11th of April. That's up in the Victorville area. The Victor Valley College is having a car show on the 11th of April. And then still High Desert Marine are doing Flag Day, where they're asking for volunteers to come out and help support in Flag Day. What this is they're going to take these flags and go around the local communities, and if you see any flags that are damaged, that need to be replaced, they will replace them and make them and replace them. So that's what this is, and if you're interested, I have the number for that. And then one thing that was put out by the Barstow Community College, health and wellness for our community. Every Friday, starting March 6th up until May 15th, they're going to be having health and wellness for the community. It's a Zoom link. All you have to do is sign up. They're going to be talking about importance of mental health, first step in women's health, what is peer pressure, support specialists, blood pressure reading, things of that nature. So if anybody's interested, just see me after this and I can give you a flyer that has all the times and dates, and that is from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Every Friday. I also wanted to thank the city on behalf of the folks in Park on the playground for the kids. The Park playground looks fantastic. I've gotten a lot of reviews on how well it looks, and I think we did a good job on that one. So thank you to the staff who took part in that. And our next meeting for the military affairs will be on the 14th of April. I also attended the Victor Valley Transit Authority meeting on the 16th of March. There was really nothing of interest for the city of Barstow, and our next meeting will be on the 20th of April. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Williams.
No committee reports.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilmember Rose.
I have none.
Thank you.
I have none, but I do want to, on your committee report, if I may, with Mayor Pro Tem, I had asked about the 730 Arbor Way where they had taken off that sign. The cone is still there. It's still a safety issue with BVTA.
I drove by there just the other day. It's been removed.
The cone was there.
The cone was removed, and the little portion that was from the retreating
what
from
day
the
was that?
just about 4 or 5 days ago.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it's
Thank
gone.
you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Okay, so on March 4th, I attended the SBCTA down in San Bernardino, where we approved the last 650, I believe, for Rimrock. We're done. Okay, so street committee later that day on March 4th, and the reason I had Councilmember Hernandez report out because I left my notes at the office. On March 5th, but just for that one, on March 5th, we had Homeward Bound. And on Homeward Bound, we had a presentation from the Veterans Reentry Peer Support Group by Darren Hendren and the other lady's name's not here. Okay, I think it was Yolanda. And that's a group that's looking for housing, so probably like an old hotel, and then they will work with veterans to get them reentry. There's a lot of times after they're done with their duty, there's a gap there, and they're just not ready for the real world. So, and then some of them with issues that need to have some time, and so they're working on that, and they'll be attending our meetings in the future. Our next meeting is April 2nd, 5 p.m. here at City Hall. And then on March 12th, I attended the SBCTA Mountain Desert meeting. Nothing for Barstow on that. And then this morning, I attended the Barstow Chamber breakfast. And I just want to say that your staff, Genesis, Crank, Miss Crank, excellent presentation. She speaks well and represents the city well, and her information is to point, and she has all the answers when the public asks the questions. So please pass that on to her, that she did well. And those are all the committees I attended since the last meeting. We will go on to business of the council. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. First, I'd like to address the issue with the bathrooms. So if we can please open them up earlier, that I would appreciate that happening. The other thing is, I have a Mojave Air Quality meeting coming up this next week, and they have granted the cemetery $19,000, but it says it's still pending. So I would like Councilman Williams, who goes to those meetings, to find out what the status of that is. And the other thing I would like to compliment our staff, and no one can say we are not into sports. We had the opening for softball, and we had the opening for Little League. And what impressed me the most was that Little League is up to 350. Baseball, for some reason, was really dying out in this community. So I'm so glad that we have Measure Q funds to instill. Football will never, because certain people, I won't mention who, has this interest in it and won't let go. But baseball was. And also for softball, they increased that by 30. And that is a big issue. So I want to thank the organizations, the Little League and the softball. And I am so glad that we as a city could contribute to that growth, and we will continue, as long as we have the resources to do that. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. And just kind of follow up with Councilman Hernandez mentioned that I did attend the opening of the Little League softball and baseball league, and well attended. I believe all the council members came out to support that, and a lot of staff came out to support that. And a wonderful event. I would ask, and I would like to get a second, that we purchase 2 nice-sized banners to present to both the Little League and also to the softball league to represent the city of Barstow. I seen a banner up there. I think it was like kind of handmade, but I like to see 2 nice-sized banners that we can put up there in order to support the Little League. I also attended the Veterans Electrical Entry Program that was held at the Barstow Community College. We had 13 young men that graduated, excellent men that there were ex-veterans that wanted to get their electrical skills together. I think it was like a 5 to 6 week program that they attended, and they all graduated, and majority of the council members were there and attended. I also went to, on the 4th of March, went to the Barstow Community Hospital and was able to see the new service robot that they have that supports the staff there at the hospital. It's a electrical robot that runs around and take paperwork from point A to point B, but it also takes medicine and other things that the nurses that may need while at the hospital, and it moves on its own. And if you haven't seen it, I would recommend you go up to the hospital and take a look. It's probably one of the first in this local area that has been brought here, and it has enhanced the care and delivery at the hospital because of it. They have 3 of them. They use 2 of them on a daily basis and have 1 as a backup in the event that something happens. But myself, I know Councilman Tex Williams was up there, and we got an opportunity to really see that thing work. So if you haven't, I would ask that you go up there and take a look at it. And with that, I think that was pretty much it. I had some questions, but I'll talk to the city manager offline on that. But other than that, that's all I had. And you mentioned the credit cards. I had that note down here to mention it, but Tex already beat me to it. Fantastic. I love seeing that because it gives me an idea of exactly where things are being spent. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Rose?
So I have a question to you, Matthew. So Ms. Bailey had asked that we consider a second to put on the next agenda that we recognize Sylvan. What would that look like, and what would we even be able to do something like that to get it on an agenda too? I'm not sure what recognize Sylvan means.
I'm also not quite sure what the resident was asking us to do as to a specific agenda item. I'm happy to have that conversation, perhaps sit with the city manager, yourself, the mayor, and think through what could be put on an agenda and the timeline as would make sense. I'm not quite sure I understood the request from that brief interaction, but I certainly would note that given the moment we are in, moving something forward to the next agenda likely wouldn't be baked enough to be useful. We'd want to right-size the timing.
Right, and so I appreciate it, and maybe get with the resident to find out what the request was, because I'm not sure if we could do that.
Yeah, exactly. It may not be something that would be appropriate as a standalone item. It might be best handled in conjunction with the larger items that are coming.
Right, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Councilmember Williams?
Yes, but we're going to get ready to stop my time because I got a lot of questions. So have your finger ready. First of all, for our city manager, thank you for what you do. I'm 100% in support of your job, and I thank you for
Real quick, though, stop this clock. What we can do is ask all your questions, because staff reports are after us. They can answer your questions at staff report.
All right, here we go. First one. Batting cages. Where we're at with the batting cages. Are we open? We're not open. You want me to ask them all right now? Yes. Okay. All right. Ferguson Park baseball field. When is it softball or baseball, whatever it's going to be for the future? When is that coming open? When is that done? I want the scoreboard updates. What fields have got new scoreboards? Where we're at with the sports park as far as those scoreboards. I want to make sure that for the police chief, we're looking into the illegal sales of cannabis sales from out-town vendors. They're on poles. They're on everywhere where you can scan the code on there to get delivery. If they're not paying the fees, they shouldn't be selling cannabis in the city of Barstow. Bathrooms, you're right, they are locked. They were locked at Dana Park, and they were locked at Ferguson, the 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. I'd like to see either the security program we got, or we have the cleaning contract to actually open and close those bathrooms. They're cleaning them every day. They should be able to open and close them. I need a start date on Grace, if we can. Chief, we can get extra patrols on Clark Street. The homeless is getting worse down there. They've filled up the tunnel again, but this time, one of my committee members actually stopped and talked to the homeless guy, and he ended up picking up all the trash that he threw out. We watched him do it. So what he did now is take all the trash and put it inside of the tunnel, and it's in bags, so it's going to be easier for us. I'm in daily contact with the county on that mobile home out there in Linwood. I can't go much more details than that, but I am constantly, every day, being updated, and the future's bright for that issue. Marijuana smell, it's getting worse. It's not getting better. Can I get an update on that? I would like a second for us to take to rules and policies on camping inside the city of Barstow. Coming up with something to do, because what you don't realize, just recently what happened was, and it was lucky that I was in the park, at Dana Park.
I'll give you a second.
Okay. The wires were cut. Now, the water bill for us is about $1 million a year for all of our water. Okay. I've already checked on those numbers, so in case anybody wants to check on them, they can. $1 million. We end up losing. The reason why the wires were cut is so the person could sleep without getting wet. And if we'd have burnt that grass up, we would have caused ourselves even more money. We're lucky we got it caught. They're also cutting the drippers. And why they're cutting the drippers is so when it does come on, they can use that water source to get water. That's going to cost us a lot of money. We could have been in some serious trouble on that one. And so I appreciate we can look into that. And then I want to thank code enforcement. I know I've been pretty rough on code enforcement, but what they have done around our town is unbelievable. It's shocking, and I appreciate it. So just for you guys to know, I did start a committee. That committee is it's not a part of the city of Barstow. Well, right now we've already got 17 write-ups, and we are somewhere about 9 of them completed, and some major issues are being taken care of. So, I appreciate the staff. I appreciate our first responders. The city manager, I really want to tell you I appreciate you. And I'm going to stand behind you and support you in any way I can to make your job easier. I know you love this city, and I know that it's important to you. And from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Okay, good news. I texted earlier, and the person or the company that gave me the gift on Christmas Eve has allowed me to disclose that it came from the Holiday Inn Express, West Quintera. If I said the name wrong, I apologize. I also apologize because they've changed their name, and I don't recall. It's no longer the Holiday Inn Express. And if Mr. Snell does still doubt that Mr. West and I are in cahoots, it's actually on my video camera putting the stuff back in his trunk, and I'd be happy to turn it over. And speaking of video cameras, was brought up that my camera caught the cannabis, but before I go there, it was, let's see. I believe it was, Mayor, why didn't you report the incident to the police? Police Chief, how many calls did you get on the incident?
I'm sorry, sir. I got a couple calls, but you were the first or second call.
I was the first or second call. Thank you. So I did report it.
Absolutely.
And you sent your tech team down to get it off my video surveillance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At that point, I thought my duty as a citizen was done. I called the police. I invited them down to get the video. They sent the professional tech team down because I don't know how to get it off my driver, but they sure did. And they got the video. And then no scandal, I sent the video to Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Williams called me and said, do you mind if I post it? I had no intention of posting it, and that's not a crime, and that's not a cover-up. But I gave it to Councilmember Williams, thought he enjoyed seeing it. He called me and said, do you mind if I post it? And I said, do what you want. And he posted it.
With the police chief's permission.
With the police chief's permission. That's okay. Thank you for checking on that. So please explain to me what we're covering up there. I don't have to post it on social media. I'm not required to post it on social media. I saw something that's illegal to do in Barstow. I called. I gave the video to the proper authorities. So again, please clarify that scandal to me. And one thing also with Mr. Snell, he needs to go back one more meeting because it wasn't when he said accused of bribes. It's when he, the next meeting after that, when he said we take money from the developers, and then he said, I know that you do. Then I said you made it a statement of fact, and I asked him to bring the facts. All he brought back was my height. I don't know how that answered that question. Okay, other things I attended that were not committees. On the 5th of March, I attended Coffee and Conversation, which is a meeting with a representative for Don Rao, Steve Reyes. We usually, and I believe we had our fire and police there. We have a lot of groups there that are important to our community. Still on the 5th, I also attended the first, I wrote it down as VEEP graduation, which is the Veterans Electrical Entry Program. I'm glad you said it because I forgot what the two E's were for. So I just put VEEP. And that was the first graduation of that group. And I'm still waiting for we owe them certificates. I need those. Still on the 5th, I attended a meeting with Councilmember Williams at Barstow Hospital with hospital staff and sheet and shelter staff. And they're just coordinating ways that they can work together. Still on the 5th, I attended the first ROC graduation. That's ROK, which is Reaching Our Kids. They started a few years ago. So this year, they had their first graduation, and they are doing a great job of just mentoring these kids. On the 7th, I attended the softball opening day. On the 7th, I attended the AUSA Mardi Gras, and the AC's working fine. Thank you. On the 9th, there was a town hall Councilmember Williams put on regarding the cemetery. I attended and spoke there. On the 10th, I attended the military affairs. Still on the 10th, I attended Women's History Month in Victorville at Victor Valley College. On the 11th, I got a text from the Chamber of Commerce that there was a KTLA crew in town doing a documentary on Route 66. I met up with them at the Route 66 Museum and did interview there. On the 11th, I interviewed the Miss Barstow ladies, and this is kind of a pre-interview to kind of get them trained. They can judge them and kind of critique them and get them ready for the real interview, not me, but the real interview when they're running for the pageant. And then on the 14th, I attended the Barstow Little League opening day along with other council members. And one thing I'd like for the staff to bring back, Councilmember Williams and I are working on a youth advisory council. If you could please put that on the next agenda for discussion. I'm going to run out of time, so I'll have to explain at that meeting what we're planning to do with that youth advisory council. But real quick, we will be asking for each council member to find somebody, some youth out there to appoint to that council. Thank you. With that, we will go on to staff reports. And did you want staff to first take Councilmember Williams' questions?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to ask. First, I was going to say that I did speak to Chief Kirby about the security contract this morning. We're working through expanding. We've just kicked that off, and that could be utilized to assist with bathrooms and so forth. But we're exploring those options, and I will turn it over to Director Heldreth to provide the answers that he has for the questions.
Thank you. I think I wrote down as many as I could, so we'll start from the. Yeah. So I'll start with the batting cages. I did get information from our public works director, or superintendent. Batting cages 3 through 7 are working. However, there is an issue with the motherboard of the actual unit. So staff will be trying to address that to get everything up and running. Fogelson Fields. Currently, the field, both of the baseball fields are dilapidated, I guess you could say, but the contractors are actively starting work, and it'll start next week. They believe that it'll take them probably approximately 2 weeks to get that completed, which is infields and outfields. It'll be all brand new, and it's about 30 days for the grass to germinate for it to be able to be played on. So both of those fields will be getting completed. As you've seen tonight also that the lighting project is complete. And then we also have some ADA improvements that we're going to be making over there at the park as well. So all of that hopefully will go in conjunction to where in the next couple of weeks, I'd say a month and a half, both fields will be playable and they can be used. Scoreboards, you mentioned scoreboards. We actually purchased 3 scoreboards, I believe. 2 of them were just installed over at Fogelson. So if you drive by, you'll be able to see those scoreboards up. And then I do know that they are looking at installing additional ones at the sports park. We will be looking at additional funding for next fiscal year to be able to add maybe 2 a year or something in that nature. Restrooms. So unfortunately, what had happened is that we've always intended that our security company would be locking those restrooms at night whenever the parks close. Parks close, I believe, at 10 o'clock. So then the security company goes around and they lock the restrooms. That's part of the contract. Additionally, we also have the cleaning company that comes in the morning to open the restrooms and then clean the facility to make sure it's usable. The first weekend we did not account for that, and so that's why they were locked last weekend. However, we have made that adjustment. Basically what happened was the security company closed them and locked them on Friday night, and of course we weren't there to open them on Saturday because nobody was notified on the staff level to go open those. So we made that change and they will be opened. Currently the cleaning company will be opening them during the week, and then we will be opening them on the weekend. Cora Harper. Cora Harper is fully operational now. That started, I believe, today. So we moved everything from the Dana Park building and moved over back into the Cora. So staff is there now, and that gym is now back open and operational. The weight rooms, everything were put back together. The treadmill rooms, all that stuff is back operational. So Coral Harbor is back fully operational. Weed smell. There is a thing that has transpired over there, and Matthew can touch on that briefly, what happened or what we're doing.
Yeah, in a joint inspection recently by both the city staff and the state cannabis regulators, a number of violations of our code, state code, including unpermitted grows, were found in that inspection. Everything that was found was immediately shut down, and we're working in conjunction with the state partners, Mojave Air Quality, and the city to bring forward strict enforcement actions, given that it's graduated for those sites from, technical noncompliance to straight up unlawful grows. That is a very different game, and so we're bringing those forward with, of course, appropriate noticing and due process. So that is moving forward. But the headline is unlawful grows found in parts of those facilities, immediately shut down with our state partners, and then the further enforcement action is following.
Yes, so just so everyone knows that will attribute to some of the smell, obviously. The current facilities do have charcoal systems, all kinds of different types of systems installed in those. During the inspection, though, that we noticed with the state's help and AQMD that there was some illegal grows happening, which no filtration systems were installed. So obviously that's where a lot of the issues were coming from. With the next one is construction of the streets. Gray Street in particular is what you asked for. I don't have the exact date, but I can tell you that we are kicking off that entire project at the end of this month, first part of April. It's extremely hard to read the schedule for them. It's a construction schedule, so it's hard to read. We can provide that to everybody here, but we do plan on doing a media outreach. We've already started that, where we've sent out notification of that, hey, we will be in your areas, and we listed some of the streets. And we do plan on doing a more extensive outreach as we progress. Currently, what's going to happen, just so everyone knows, is we are working with Golden State Water, Southwest Gas on relocating some things. Also, we're looking at some sewer stuff in the West Section 7, and along with water as well. So there's going to be some hydrants moved, different types of things like that. Edison as well has some poles in the way, so we are doing the utility outreach right now. Everyone is cooperating and is looking at moving their utility. So at this moment, what would happen after that is you're going to have a lot of concrete work. So the streets won't necessarily be 100% closed. More of the paving will be happening towards the summertime, and same with the slurry. The other thing is that we're looking at obviously working around the school schedule. So State Street and Cal Street, we do not intend on going over there and tearing that up while school's in session. So we plan on trying to get that done during the summertime. And same thing with anything that's going to involve disrupting. Unfortunately, Rimrock and Virginia Way are going to be the biggest impacts, and there's no way to really get around having some inconvenience in those locations. But we will obviously do a lot of notification weeks in advance, and so everybody will be notified. And I believe that answered those questions.
There was one, oh, I see him already going for the.
And I think I have a little input. I think it was 3 of them. The illegal cannabis, I will make an assignment. I'm going to be making some assignment adjustments, and I will make that assignment after this meeting. That sergeant is working right now. So, and then I already gave him through text message the Clark Street Tunnel. He'll go check for homeless, and then he'll communicate with the right people as far as getting the trash cleaned up. And then Dana Park, he's making contact with the security guards tonight, and then we also have patrol on it.
Thank you, Chief Kirby and Director Hildreth. I did want to also add, you talked about the illegal cannabis sales delivery, and that is hard to track. That's definitely difficult, but I understand Chief Kirby's team is doing everything that they can, and they'll continue to move forward. I have just a couple updates. I believe Director Harris talked about the budget workshops. We don't have a schedule finalized yet, but we have dates that we want to present to council. Once we get those dates confirmed by council for availability on workshops, we will go forward with a capital improvement program workshop first, and then move on to a budget workshop feeding into the budget adoption this year. We're also working to kick off the strategic plan and council goals, utilizing a firm to get community input and come to council to work on those council goals. Again, the 5-year strategic plan is a great tool for us to have in place. It is and was my intention to kick that off in January. With some staffing changes, we had to shift some things around, and we didn't kick it off as intended, as early as intended. The council goals help develop the budget. That sets the priorities for staff to work through the budget. So we will be working through that simultaneously, and we are working as quickly as we can to bring that forward to council in April. The other one announcement that I have is that the California Historic Route 66 have organized the Main Street of America Caravan National. It's a national event with the Road Ahead program wrap. They're organizing a caravan that goes from Santa Monica all the way to Chicago, kicking it off in June 6th in Santa Monica. They will be here in Barstow on June 7th. They have a day's events, which more information to come, but it is June 7th. The Big Texan Group is partnered with this. They have a 72-ounce steak challenge that they would like to host at the Harvey House. So working through those details, and we'll provide that information as soon as it's available. And the last item I have is I will not be at the next council meeting. I have shared with council that I will be traveling to my daughter's wedding. So Assistant City Manager Chapa will be in my place at the next council meeting. And that concludes my reports.
Thank you, Mrs. Clayton. So with that, by consensus of the members without objection, this meeting will be adjourned at 10:27 p.m.